for observing. And we have, I think, some interesting, important things in the budget. So, Dr. Farnsworth, what have we
Thank you,
got?
President Hacken. Appreciate board members being here. And Jason and his team, we later this evening we will have a truth and taxation hearing. And Jason and his team have prepared a presentation that will be given during the hearing and here in study session. And then after the study session, if it's okay with the board, we'd like to share some highlights of the beginning of school, our leadership conference, our new teacher orientation. Frank has some information on the new middle school and its status, and then talk a little bit about school celebrations.
Excellent. Let's do it.
Okay.
Ready?
We're ready.
We're ready.
Thank you, Dr. Farnsworth. All right, so this presentation, some of you have seen part of it before, some changes in order and some things. I know so we're having this on August 13th. We set this date for Truth and Taxation to align with the board meeting. We usually just reserve the date because taxing entities can't have two at the same night, like if somebody like a city, and so we try and reserve with the county as early as possible, usually in January, just in case there's a Truth and Taxation. I believe next year if we have it, we try to move it a week earlier to be able to avoid any back to school nights. So
That will be in the board, but actually now to adopt, or in the board meeting to adopt the schedule for next year. Make some adjustments.
So tonight, or right now too, there's the QR code to be able to get a PDF of this presentation. And so this will be available tonight, so patrons won't need to take pictures of each slide. It'll be available, it's available now to be able to look at.
That's awesome.
All right, so this first slide is what is being recommended and what is the impact. Some of the slides I'll go through, I'll have an example of the taxation notice that everybody received, try and explain that a little bit more, what an increment means, what the certified tax rate means, and also the different levies that show up for school districts. So right here on the left, the rate details, you can see there's the basic rate, the board rate, so the board levy, the voted levy, capital levy, debt service levy, and charter local levy. And so the board is considering a net increase in property tax rates for FY25 budget of 4 increments to meet operational and capital needs as illustrated below. So this is a 7% increase over the certified tax rate. So on the notice, it's showing a 16+% increase. And that, I'll explain a little bit, it's having to do with less that's included in that line item, and also doesn't include the possible 3 increment reduction in debt service that the board could choose to do tonight.
Is that 16% an increase on what you paid the previous year?
No, it's not on the previous year, it's on what the certified tax rate, what the rates would be without this hearing. So you can see the calculation right here, the final recommended tax rate of 6,115, so 0.006115 over what the rate would be if there was no hearing tonight is 5,715. So 5,715 to 6,115 is an increase of 4 increments. An increment is in the 4th decimal place, so from 57 to 61, and that's a 7% increase. So the basic rate is set by the state legislature, and that's no changes that are happening there. It pretty much stayed the same from one year to the next. The board local levy, that is where right here it shows a 3 increment increase from 774 to 1074, and the capital a 4 increment increase from 1010 to 1410, and then right here on the debt service a reduction down from 1231 to 931. So essentially, if this is a -3 and this is a +3, those offset each other, and we're left with 4 increment increase, and that would be the capital levy. And then the charter local levy is flat from last year also.
So one other question.
Yeah.
I'm trying to reconcile some things. So we're looking at a 7% increase, but when you add in basic levy and the charter levy, does that equal 12?
No, so the
charter school.
A 12% increase?
The state basic minimum and the...
Which 12 are you asking? if it is a 12% increase?
If you take the 7% increase that we're looking at and you add in the state minimum program and the charter, does that equal 12? Because I've gotten this 12% increase in my head.
I'll show on the next slide some of the different things. So when all
Okay.
these rates are included, so that's what, if you put in your calculator this 6115, which is the total of all 6 of these,
All 6.
divided by the 5715, which is the total of all 6 of these, comes out to 107%, which is a 7%
So that
increase.
is the overall.
Yeah.
Okay.
The reason it would go to a 12 or a 16 is when it's including not the reduction of the debt service,
Okay.
or also if it's not including the basic levy in that, and so the denominator's smaller, making
Mhm.
the increase more.
Okay.
And so Jason, when you're looking at your own tax notice, it does not include, the capital levy, or it does? It does include that on there when you're looking at it, but it
All
doesn't
of
include
these-
the debt service.
All of these are on the tax notice, and
Okay.
I'll show how those
Okay.
flow into that.
Include those two right there.
Okay, so this is the definition of a tax increment. It's that 4th decimal place, so it's 0001. And so that, whatever it is multiplied by the taxable value of a property. So in Alpine School District this year, the median value of a primary home is $489,000. Now, that 489, if it's a primary home for somebody, they get a 45% exemption by state law. So they don't pay taxes on the 489, they would pay taxes on 45% less, or 55% of the 489 at 269 about. So 268,950 times one increment is $26.90 per year, or $2.24 per month. So if the board decides to go with the proposed changes tonight, that would be a net 4 increment increase. So the impact on the median home would be $107.50, or about $9 per month. Now, if somebody's home is worth less than that, that's going to be less instead of the $9. Or if somebody has a $1 million home, it's going to be about twice that. So.
And I think it's important that this is the median value, not the average value.
Right. Okay, so some basics here. We already went through the market value, taxable value. It's the 45% reduction. Mainly, this slide is to talk about this box right here. So when we're looking at the certified tax rate, that is calculated each year by the county auditor. The assessed value of everyone's home on a rotation, they go through. They can't do everything in one year, but they kind of take different areas. So the county assessor does that, and then the county treasurer figures out the tax revenue needed. So this next slide is going to show the certified tax rate. In essence, it's down here on this illustration. As assessed values go up, the certified tax rate goes down to match the same revenue. So taxing entities have a revenue neutrality principle. So the certified tax rate is prior year's expected tax revenue. So what we expect to bring in tax revenue the prior year, and then it takes the total of last year's property. So there was a certain amount of property last year. There was growth, now there's more this year, but it looks at just what was there last year, and now what is that property that was there last year, what is it worth? If it went up, and with the same revenue, that rate's going to go down, and that's what this is showing. Some years, very rare, it happens where assessed value in the whole district or whole county goes down, then the rate would go up to compensate for that. So that a city, a county, a water district, school district, they are guaranteed the same revenue as the year before. Now, if there's new growth, then whatever that rate that's set, that new growth comes on that rate, and so there is a little bit more revenue, but it doesn't keep up with inflation, and it's mainly used to then now educate the new children that come with that growth. So that new growth doesn't provide enough to be able to keep up with the costs that are increasing in wages mainly. Most of our expenses for a school district are in paying our teachers and our employees, and to be able to have them move from steps and also to get cost of living adjustments, there's some changes that happen there. The other note down here, business administrators throughout the state have been trying to work with state legislators to be able to change the certified tax rate a little bit to be able to say, okay, set that rate with just some type of inflation value in that. So saying, here was the revenue last year, the revenue next year needs to be that plus a little bit of inflation to set that rate. Then taxing entities would have to go through truth in taxation less often to be able to keep up with inflationary costs. Okay, so this is an example of what your tax notice may look like. If your full market value of your home is right at the median, the 489, this is what it would look like. So everything in the white is what shows up on your tax notice. The things that are in yellow are added here to be able to provide more detail and explanation for what is happening here. So your individual tax notice will say what your full market value is. Hopefully you have that residential exemption and then the total taxable value. But over here on the left, of course there's more on your tax notice than just these three lines. There's one for Alpine School District, there's one that says State Charter School, Alpine, and Statewide School Basic Levy. These dots indicate you'll also have your city, the county, your water, conservatory district. Those things will show up there. But just looking at Alpine's, everything that goes in with educating students in Alpine School District, this is what shows up. So the rate isn't shown in last year's, just the amount that came in. So last year, if you had the median home value, you paid about $14.84 in property taxes that went to these things. The other thing that's been added here is the Alpine School District line that shows on your tax notice includes all four of these levies. So the board voted capital and debt. So all four of those are in this, and that's why this 4048 or this bottom line, if you look along here, matches exactly to this top line, because it's just showing the detail how to get to these values. So what we're looking at here is last year the tax rate for all six of these 1, 2, and then these 4 was 5518. If nothing was happening tonight, that would have still gone up to 5715. Last year, when we're looking at the previous year to the other one, it went down a little bit because the debt service went from about 17 increments to 13 increments, lost about 4 increments in 1 year. This year, if we look at debt, it actually is going up from 10.2 increments to 12.3. Now the reason that is because last year the board decided to reduce this debt service down from 13.2 to 10.2 to offset like is being proposed this year. That was able to take place because in debt service we had, at the end of FY23, we had a fund balance of about $46 million just in debt service, and that can only be used to pay for general obligation bonds. That fund balance grew, I think, because the rate was set on certain revenue needed to pay off principal and interest, but the growth that's happened brought in a little bit more each year to that fund. So the only thing that can be used for is to pay off bonds early, or in this case to lower the rate each year, or decided on a certain year, to be able to bring in less revenue but still be able to pay everything that's owed. So the amount that's owed in principal and interest in this coming year, we pay that in September and in March. We'll still be able to pay all of that, but we'll use some of that fund balance. So this last year, at the end of FY23, that fund balance was about $46 million. At the end of FY24, it's going to be about $29 million because we used 3 increments of fund balance to pay for that. If we do that again, that fund balance will go down to about 11 or 12 million, which is still a great level because it can only be used for this purpose.
Did you say October and March?
September.
September, thank you.
Yeah, and I believe the principal is just in March, and there's interest in both September and in March. Okay, so we're looking here. Most people have seen this, the 1652 on the property tax increase. Now that's just on these line items that are down here. So $188.27 increase, and so the 1652 is calculated by the 188 divided by what taxes would be if there was no change. It's 1139. But because it's proposed to be able to reduce that down 3 increments in debt service, that would really be $107 change, or a 9.44% increase. But if you include the basic levy, which provides money to Alpine School District, just it comes in, and then the state, the WPU and the minimum school program, there's some calculations there, but it still benefits locally. If you include all those things, then it's a 7% increase. So this 107.58 divided by the 1537 is this 7% increase. I've also shown down here, like the previous slide with the yellow and the green, there's the 3% or 3 increment increase in the board, the 4 in the capital, and then the -3 change in the debt service. Now that's a lot of information in one slide. What questions do you have on that?
So, could you just remind us, so that the statewide school basic levy is somewhat conditional upon us meeting certain conditions, I mean, certain rates for our other levies, right?
No, the basic levy comes in to fund the WPU. So when the WPU comes in, and then you're calculated how many students you have times the WPU value, and then there's a local effort. So with this, the basic comes in, and so if, let's say it's just for a small district, $1 million you're guaranteed in the WPU, but the basic levy brings in 500,000, the state would bring in 500,000 to guarantee at that amount. But the part you're looking at is the state guarantee on the board and voted, which has some minimum amounts that I'll get to on a future slide on that.
But the place that funding comes in, from, if you meet the requirements on the board and voted, is another line, not that.
Not the basic one.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So when we, if the board approves it and we approve a 3% increase in board and a 4% in capital, can we ever move that? Say we wanted to put 7 in capital or 7 in board. Can we do that, or does that have to be done tonight?
So it's not a percent, but the increments, but the 4 and the 3. So what was set on the tax notice is it can only go up. The maximum rate that can be set in capital is that 1410, and the maximum in the board is 1074, because that was what was declared in the tax system.
So we could, as a board tonight, decide we wanted to, instead of splitting it, do all 7 in capital.
It cannot all go to capital.
So Jason, just to clarify, you talked about how, right, the debt can only pay GO bonds, and then capital needs to be capital projects. But then the board and voted levy, there's a lot more flexibility, right?
Right.
It's like, we could decide to put that in M&O, or we could decide to put that in, but just has a high level of flexibility versus capital and debt, which are for very specific purposes.
Correct.
Okay.
I guess I have one more question. The reason the debt service levy is not on this notice is because it is influenced by what we do?
It is on the notice. It's part of that top line, the Alpine School District. So this line right here where it's the 4938, it's in that right there, 4938, because it's the sum of all 4 of those things. So the debt
Okay.
service is in that.
But our action, which is to reduce it,
Wasn't on the notice.
currently it can't be on the notice, is that correct?
Right. It wasn't put because it's something that has to be decided here.
In the
We
future.
want to put, when we put in, because what the county asks for is how much revenue do you need to pay your principal and interest? And they set the rate from that.
That's it.
Yeah, but we can decide to go less than that. We can't go more than that, but we can go less than that rate because we have that fund balance. Or if, like said here, we could pay debt off with the
Another fund,
operational
yeah.
funds if we wanted to too.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go to the next slide. So why truth in taxation this year? The following are a few of the reasons the board's considering it. So, Board Member Clement was saying on that the 20 qualifying increments. So in board and voted, there's certain levies there that the voted can be a maximum of 16 increments. And each year, once we've set it at 16, if values go up, the rate's going to go down. But what the state does is look and says, what's the highest it's been in the last 5 years? That's what we're going to guarantee you get. So right now, if we go back, the voted is fallen to 12.23. It's below the 16. But within the last 5 years, we've been at the 16, so we still get the benefit of the 16 that the state kicks in. Same thing with the board. It needs to be at least 4. So the two together are 16 and 4 is the 20 increments. But this one has to be at least 4 to get the state guarantee of that amount. Yes.
So because it's at 12, how many years till we have to be at 16 again? Is
There's
that-
one more year.
So that means next year we have to go to truth and taxation again to get it to 12.
Not
or
to 16. Not necessarily because the board one is at, if it's set at 1074 tonight and then it falls maybe to 10 or 9.5 next year, that's still 5.5 increments above the 4 that needs to be. So you can say, I want to change the board down to 4 and the voted up to 16. As long as you're saying, well, I'm going to take 4 from here and put 4 here, and the net is 0, there's no truth in taxation. You can also do that with capital. You can say, okay, capital's at 1410, I want to go to 1210 and put 2 increments in the voted. You can do that also without. But if you say, I want to move 2 here and put it there, but I also want to increase this one by 1, if there's a net increase at all, then you have the truth in taxation.
But we would have to do that as a motion in a public meeting to adjust that next year, so we
Correct.
would have to still have it be a motion on an agenda, but
But
not
not a truth.
necessarily a truth in taxation.
Correct.
Good clarification.
Okay, so that's the 20 qualifying tax increments. So the operational investments, we're going to get to a slide that shows all the things for capital and operations, but targeted class size reduction FTEs to be able to help with areas where class sizes, because of, especially in elementary, as just one grade and just having to have a full-time teacher, avoiding splits, some reduction FTEs there, paraprofessional support for special ed, sub-pay increases that's proposed, and a teacher mentor program for the first 3 years that teachers are teachers. There's been significant inflationary pressures, especially in building of schools. Looking at this, maintaining the investment timelines, as we have to, with technology or physical facilities, as things get deferred, then we may have to do some Band-Aid fixes without the necessary capital, and then later do them where it will cost more. So in the end, it ends up costing more if we don't have those. And then the last bullet point is to continue to build up the school building fund. Last year, 2 1/4 increments were put in to be able to help with land and building, and this would add 4 more to that to be able to have every year that revenue coming in. I'll get to a slide later that shows how much that can save, or the significant savings from interest that can happen as less bonding is needed. There still may need to be some bonding, but if you're paying with cash as you go, it saves on that. Yes.
Could you just explain maybe for our public why sub-pay increase is so important?
Sure. Yeah, the sub-pay increase, right now, the average is it 85 per day?
We can help address that.
You want to talk to that?
Well, to be competitive with the districts around us, we do need to increase our sub-pay.
Yeah, and even with this increase that's proposed, it'll still be significantly less than some of the bordering districts. But
So it's still conservative, but we're trying to
Yes.
keep competitive.
It's still extremely conservative compared to districts around us.
But
So this will be a huge help.
hoping that at least that increase makes it so it's not, so they look at it and say, well, I don't need to drive 20 extra miles to be able to get this extra, that kind of offsets
We
it.
have subs that are very loyal to Alpine School District. I think this is a way to recognize that and try and build that up a little bit.
I think we also need to know it's just a step, right? It's a $50 difference between us and Canyons and $60 with Jordan, so we'll have to continue to make that effort to actually be competitive.
Okay, this is some of the, we won't go into a lot here, this is the details of uses for new revenue. So of course in that top, there's the two sections, capital and operations. So 4 increments in capital would all go to that building fund. The value of 1 increment this year is estimated to be about 5.6 million. So for the building fund, adding 4 increments would add 22.4 million. So we've shown this in millions and then in dollars here. So 3 years worth of that 4 increments brings in about $67.2 million. So as we looked at the new high school and we were looking in March time frame for maybe doing a lease revenue bond for the full 175 before new law went in May 1st, that could have happened, but then we discussed that doing it this way with 3 years of 4 increments and then being able to do 86 million in lease revenue bond would save about the district and taxpayers about $45 million in interest. And so that brings that here, the 67.2 plus the 86 million with some other things. It's already been funded $20 million, so $8 million for the architecture for the new high school and $12 to 13 million for the land has already been authorized by the board when the budget went through in June. So that takes the total amount down to around 150 million that would be left for that.
When do we anticipate doing that lease revenue bond?
That's
To
a
match
great question.
the rest of it?
It need to be determined by the board.
So the anticipated start date, I was just talking to Frank Pulley about that, is breaking ground probably in May or June next year. So timing that. When we did the middle school in 2023, we broke ground in April. We sold bonds in March and had the hearing for that in January. So January to March. It takes a nice time frame is about 2 months. When we were looking earlier this year to try and do it quickly, it was about 6 weeks, and that's a little tight. 2 months is kind of the sweet spot, 2 to 3 months.
And then that would be for a what year opening if we did something like that?
That would be a July
2028.
July of 28.
So if we wanted to do 2028, when does that have to be done by?
When does the
We
when do they need to
start
break
with
ground?
purchase.
To break ground, so that would break ground in June to be able to be open in August of 28.
So that needs to be done by us in,
To have the money there, so April or March or April could be the hearing for truth and taxation. In talking with our bond counsel, the best time to sell bonds is February, March, historically on pricing. So if we did it like the last one with the middle school, if we did it in January, sell in March, it would put us in a nice spot for that.
I get a clear understanding about this. If we did the LRB sooner, would that money be idle until groundbreaking?
I think if you went after the funds sooner, you would have that, you'd start paying interest on that, but because you're not spending that, you would also accrue interest on it, so it'd probably be a little bit neutral in terms of savings, but you wouldn't, I don't anticipate we would pay for that until we broke ground and started the process.
Yeah, we want to time it to really get those right, 4 to 6 weeks before we need the funds. Okay, so we'll jump into the operations here. These top 4 here are what was discussed by the board in the work session about 8 weeks ago or so. So targeted class size reduction, about 45 FTEs is 1 increment. SPED class size reduction, which a lot of time is just with folder counts to be able to help with the teachers there. There's the sub-pay increase of $10 per day. An elementary scaling model is on that one. And then all the rest of these items were items that were proposed in the FY25 budget, but when we had the certain amount that was available, these are things that didn't make the cut, things that could be put in that are very needed, just weren't able to do that with the funding that was available. Yes.
Can somebody speak to the class size reduction for our special ed, like the urgency of that? I just want to understand that a little better.
Yeah. Vicky, do you want to speak to that? You want me to speak to that?
I can speak to it to a point. So our greatest need right now is our resource teachers. Some of them are carrying caseloads of 40 plus. So we would focus on getting that down. We're looking at 34, 32. And the second area of need is the speech language pathologist. Some of those are over 100 in their caseloads.
And the special ed budget itself does not have sufficient funds to be able to provide for that. Does that
Thank you, that
clarify?
helps a lot, thank you.
Thank you, Vicky.
Okay, this next slide shows Alpine's 10-year tax levy history. So of course, as we explained there, so as values have gone up, the rate's gone down, and you can see that these last 2 years have been the lowest as that continues to go down. Last year, 5.518, the certified tax rate, this is from the budget book, 5.715, and the proposed one for tonight is the 6.115.
Again, the tax rate can go down, but the amount that you pay can still increase, correct?
That you individually pay?
Yeah.
Well, you individually pay, yes,
Mhm.
if there's truth and taxation hearings that taxing entities do
Value
that.
of your property changes.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, your value of your property has probably gone up more than this has gone down because there's been slight increases to bring back the 20 increments to be able to fund different things in that time. So yeah, somebody's home that 10 years ago they are paying more in property tax than they were 10 years ago, and the value of their home has gone up too.
So Jason, the 14 FTEs for the elementary scaling model,
Yes.
can you clarify, are those for additional office staff, or can you clarify what we think those FTEs are going to be utilized for?
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's the scaling model, but can you clarify like what you think they'll be used for?
Yeah, I believe that most of those are for additional assistant principals at the elementary level, elementary scale. Okay, so this is again just a summary of that, what's being recommended. So it's recommending that a net increase of 4 increments, or 7% increase on the total school taxes that people have. And so the 6.115 is the final rate, and you can see here all of the 6 rates again and who sets those. And right here you can see the voted hold harmless for 1 more fiscal year on that. So the highest in the last 5 years, which was 4 years ago, is the 0.0016. This shows in the last few years we've been trying to. It's been a board goal to be able to increase starting teacher salary from 40,000 to 50,000, and we're getting closer to that. Those amounts closer to 60,000 for the starting now, and so there's been some great efforts in being able to increase that. There's also been transportation, fuel, and repair increases. New school construction's probably gone up the most in the last few years of anything construction. So you can see here the last 2 completed fiscal years, almost a 7% year-over-year increase that matches pretty close to the 7% increase that is being proposed tonight.
We don't have medical insurance here, right?
That would be in the
Benefits.
teacher benefits
That's
in that.
different.
And so this slide here shows as debt services come off, we've been trying to add to capital levy and recommended to continue to do that. The combined here in FY24 at the point about the 20 increments is the lowest in all of this time frame, but you can see that the more and more going to the capital, which will help to be able to in the future help with interest costs being lower, not as much bonding that is needed. So this just summarizes that a little bit more. The GeoBond debt will continue to fall off. It's recommended that as that happens, to be able to keep kind of the rate neutral is to be able to add that to capital to be able to build up that building fund. This is the required tax notice that went in newspapers, on our website, outside of the boardroom. And this just explains a little bit more. There's the 489 for the median value, and this is all calculated based on that 188 rather than the 108 increase. This will be part of the presentation. So Utah County offers several tax relief programs. This QR code being able to be scanned and be able to look at those to be able to see minor to significant reduction of the property taxes for those that qualify.
I think we might mention that there's deadlines on those that are imminent, I think.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, any additional questions?
Jason, I had a question just in terms of some of the inflationary impacts.
Yeah.
When you talked about transportation and fuel, do you have a dollar amount of how much extra we've spent on fuel this year with gas prices?
Looking around here, I do not have.
That's okay, just wondering if you.
Yeah, and fuel hasn't gone up as much as other like if we're looking, the main thing is the new school construction.
Right.
I remember 20 years ago gas being around close to $4, and we thought it was the end of the world, but it still hasn't. Sometimes it'll go up close to 4, or a little over 4, and then come back down with it. There is one slide here in the backup that's interesting. This is for the last tax year. So that 5518 is what we were at last year for FY24 or the 2023 tax year. You can see that all of the neighboring school districts, Alpine was the lowest, and this is the percent higher from Alpine. So Provo and Nebo were about 34% higher than Alpine was in last tax year, and these you can see the other ones there. So Canyons and Jordan were very close, but still slightly higher. Wasatch and Tooele, those are the figures there. Any other questions or comments?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's very informative, and we're going to share that again at the hearing.
Yep.
Okay.
Probably won't be as long in there, be more concise on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
What else have we got?
Frank, you want to give us an update on the junior high going out in Eagle Mountain?
I'm going to stand up so I can point to a few things, just easier for reference, and we're kind of walk through. We're going to start kind of zoomed out of the site, so we can start from the outside, then we'll work our way in. So you can see kind of overall site plan. This was taken probably about 3 weeks ago off a drone site. You can start seeing the roads are starting to take shape. This is what they call Harmony Way. And you can see its connection up here into the neighborhood, and the school fronts Harmony Way. The pickleball courts are in and curing out. We'll start fencing those here pretty soon, as well as some property fence that will be going in soon to start securing the property area. Just zoomed in a little bit more. You start seeing kind of parking drop-off loops that will start to kind of take shape here coming off of Harmony Way. Some landscape areas that will start to happen this fall, so they can be established by the time school starts. One thing unique about this school, we will be doing a lot more natural vegetation in and around the school to help conserve on water out in this area. It'll have a very similar look and feel to the natural vegetation and landscape that's currently out there right now. The playing fields will be natural grass, so there's places for PE classes and community events and stuff to happen on the school campus, but there will be a significant amount more of natural vegetation that does not require water. You'll see water going on it when at first to establish it, and then that water will be shut off, and it'll just survive off whatever natural rainfall happens there. You can see here on the right-hand side of the screen, that area is roofed in. We are a little bit farther. The main entrance to the school is here. This is the media center and admin kind of area. We are now roofed over the top of this, so that's all dried in the last 3 weeks. That's been closed in now. We're starting to put in windows and stuff there. This crane is no longer in the middle of the auditorium. That's been removed in the last couple of weeks since this drone image was taken. Just to kind of give you a perspective. And this will be important as we go through some other slides when we get to the inside. As you see, this end of the building is a lot more finished, and as we're working to the west side of the school. Storefront windows going in down at that more finished end of the school. So you can see up here on kind of on the left, those windows are in and glass as we're starting to put sheetrock and paint and stuff in that area, starting to close it in. This is a shot of the gym. It's all dried in and closed, skylights are in. This is an important piece where we start to store and stage a lot of materials as we go through the building for finishes and stuff.
Is that like a mini truck up above?
Yes, there's a running track that goes around the top of the gym. So if you're familiar with Willow Creek, where we had the admin conference, or Vista Heights, Viewpoint, Frontier, Lake Mountain, you have all a very similar floor plan that have a running track, a couple lanes around the
This
top
is
of the
the,
gym.
back to the original model that has a little bit larger gym.
Yes, we did this at Viewpoint, enlarged the gym just a little bit so that there's seating on both sides of the gymnasium. Feedback that we got from principals who opened models where we shrunk that gym and said, hey, if we could enlarge that, it would really help with our PE classes, so we enlarged it back up. Here's the commons area. They're just installing the main stair there in the center. This is the admin section where they're framing all that out, running electrical data lines and stuff there in that area now.
Taken from the cafeteria.
Taken from kind of the north end, looking out to the south, out towards Eagle Valley. Yep.
All one level on that cafeteria?
All one level on that cafeteria. You probably noticed the Willow Creek model was a lot worse. It had multiple steps in it. We really don't know why that was the case, but it's all flat, so there's no one tripping and falling. Yeah, we've had a lot of those in those two models, Willow Creek and Timberline. Bad. This is inside the auditorium. You can see the crane's not there anymore. This wall they're just blocking up. This is where the stadium seating section will be. So they'll put that wall up, and then they'll begin to pour that concrete steps for the stadium seats inside the auditorium. This is the second story on the west end of the school, so they're just finishing up all of the concrete slabs on the second story of the building. That was one morning, they poured 110 yards of concrete that day on the second story. This was one of the guys just finishing it. This is more toward the east end where it's roofed in. You can see and hear all the HVAC ductwork's in, all the plumbing piping stuff's in, and we're starting to put in ceiling grid and stuff at that end. You can see sheetrock, and this room's been painted out. And then we have classrooms now that have millwork that's already been installed at that end. And so you can kind of see the progression from the west end of the building over to the east end where it's a lot more finished. We get this question a lot, why do we start on the gym side or the east end? That is where our mechanical space is that feeds the entire school. So we start down at that end so our mechanical systems can get put in. All the big piping can come in and out of the mechanical spaces and feed the rest of the building. So that's why this end of the school gets started first. Questions?
So it's flipped from the Lakeview or Lake Mountain and Vista and Frontier model because the auditorium's on the left and the gym's on the right.
Yeah, it's just mirrored over.
Okay.
So
And the opening, when is the opening again?
we plan to turn over July 2025. So next summer. So we're a little over a year into the build. It's tracking great. Having a 2-year build window for junior high has been awesome. And materials and supplies have been able to arrive when we need them and made it so it's progressing really nice.
Can you go back to the beginning and kind of share a little bit where we'll have access from, I think the Highway 73 that's out there,
Yep.
and what that will look like in terms of traffic flow?
Yeah, so I'll come on this side, but this street here, which connects up into this neighborhood, comes all the way out to Highway 73, which is called Bell Street. It'll have a little different connection onto Highway 73 as UDOT in the city is working on a more parallel alignment to Highway 73, so it comes in and perfectly parallels the highway. But there will be a planned, a signalized intersection there. I've been told it's supposed to be ready for our opening in summer of 2025. But this Bell Street will be the main access off of 73. And then also Harmony Way connects up into this neighborhood. You can head to the east through the neighborhood and also connect into a signalized intersection, which would be like towards Black Ridge. You don't have to go as far down as Black Ridge before you hit the signalized intersection, but you can also come in through the neighborhood into the school.
I think there are additional plans for 73 to be widened there.
Yes, there's a master transportation plan from UDOT that has Highway 73 growing significantly and becoming a lot more of a freeway system through there.
And we have some buffer between.
We have a lot of buffer. We sit quite a ways off. UDOT already has their transportation corridor purchased through there and preserved for that future widening of 73.
Are there plans for the surrounding areas?
Around the school?
It just, yeah.
Um,
I mean, we see a neighborhood in one.
Yeah, we see a neighborhood up here. These are larger lots and homes up to the north of the school. We still own about 25 or so acres here around the school for anything that we may have future needs of. And then there's additional property owners to the front and to the west of the school.
Utilities, sewer, water, we were able to tie in. I know when we were first looking at this, there was concern about possibly needing a lift station on site, but
Yeah, so we worked with the city. It was less expensive for us to go to the south down Bell Street and then connect onto Airport Road. We were a couple of miles worth of sewer where we were able to connect, and it's all gravity fed. There's no lift station or anything there. That was just more cost effective for us upfront and long term, is to not have to maintain a lift station solely for our properties. These homes up in this area are all on septic systems. They're not tied into sewer system.
And is that is the couple miles of sewer complete? Because I know there was an under thing with SR 73 that was taking a while.
So we have the connection to make just under Highway 73 to process working with UDOT. We were originally going to bore underneath the highway. There's too big a rock underneath the highway. We couldn't get the bore through so that the pipes align. So we actually will cut the road and dig it through, and that happens first part of September. But all the rest of the lengths of sections of sewer, they're in. So it's just that connection across the highway.
How many square feet is this building?
185,000 approximately.
Is that what all of our new junior highs are, pretty much?
Yeah, pretty close, within a couple
we
thousand square feet.
we
of one
changed a couple iterations ago and added some science rooms upstairs on that second level. It would be on the west side of this. Is that part of this plan as well?
Yeah, so we made that change at Lake Mountain,
Okay.
where the need was needing additional science classrooms. So we added science classrooms in the pods, moved the business labs upstairs on a section of the school that was cheap square footage to add. That was just still had the volume of a 2-story, but it was just a roof space. So we captured that space and added those 3 business classrooms, which used to be about 180,000 square feet. So it bumped us up about 5,000 square feet when we added those science classrooms, and then the prep space in between the science rooms for the teachers.
A little easier to build those science rooms in to begin with than it is to add them later because of the water, gas, and everything else.
Yeah, we found as the schools grow in population, those science rooms became the most demanded space when we're bringing in portables that schools needed more of to be able to accommodate the schedule for students.
So what do we anticipate as the enrollment adjustments, as, that this will be relieving 2 high schools?
No.
Or just one? Just one.
One high school,
Okay.
yeah, later in board meeting, I have a presentation for boundary study,
Okay.
for this school to open it.
I will say this cannot come soon enough. I believe we
I
have
believe it.
967th graders expected at Frontier tomorrow. 967th graders.
One grade level is probably the larger than most
Yeah.
junior highs in the state.
Is that a record?
I think it may be.
That's like,
Yeah, that doesn't give him one.
that's like a school.
We didn't open that one.
Anything else for Frank on this? Thank you very much for your work on this, for your update, for covering for Eric. He owes you one. We'll make a note of that. We have, end of July, first part of August, we had our annual leadership conference. This was Scott's first year of having full responsibility for that. And we've gotten some feedback from our administrators on that. Thank you to the board. Many of you were able to participate in that. So we'd like him to take a few minutes and give a summary of some of the takeaways there and the things that resonated well with our administrators.
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent. Thank you for being there and participating. I think everybody had a chance to go into the classrooms, the breakout sessions, and we always send a survey out to collect information that it gives us guidance for when we plan the next one. One of the feedback items we got last year when we sent the survey out was it'd be nice to have the divisional meetings there for a little bit, and that kept our administrators from having to come back a different time to be able to have that. We're still looking at that, so we asked them again what they thought, and they're all indicating they liked having those meetings, but we want it to be in the right spirit of things with the leadership conference to develop their knowledge, skills, and dispositions and impact their influence of the people they lead. So a couple of questions we asked on the survey. One of the questions was we had a box of all the breakouts and all the different classes we offered and said which ones of these classes help clarify the vision for the district, the theme, excellence at work. And while all of them were very high, the 3 highest were superintendent's keynote, 90%, indicated that was a big boost for understanding the theme and connecting the vision for the district. The one breakout session of personal pillars, the individual credo and excellence letters was at 92%, and then one of the breakout sessions of amplifying excellence with distributed leadership was at 84%, and then they were really close behind that. But I think that was an indication that all of those breakouts and all of the impact all the opportunities they had to hear and learn really helped amplify the vision of the district to help move forward and align our work together, so we're working together towards a common cause. So that's good feedback. If you're okay, I just there's no names attached to these, but we asked for open feedback, and it's been great to have some feedback from administrators. So I'm going to read some just some direct quotes. I'm not going to tell you who they are. I don't actually know who they are, so it doesn't help to even
Write
say
down
that.
who you think.
Yeah.
We can't tell you whether you're right or not.
I inserted a few of my own in here that I think you would enjoy. No, I'm kidding. So the question was, what items will you take back from the leadership conference and apply with your staff or leadership teams? Because we're building everybody's capacity, we want them to come back and have that influence at their own faculty with their leadership teams and their teachers. So it starts with that admin conference, but then that theme continues so they can keep working with their faculties. And so a couple of quotes of what people said. This is not all of them, but just a few highlights. One person indicated, we specifically will be working to continue to build our climate and culture within our building. That was pretty powerful, because that's an ongoing need. Another comment was, we don't have to always be reactive in our work. And having been sitting in that chair as a principal sometimes it's really easy to just react to situations that are coming in. But this person indicated, we can set goals and make consistent efforts to improve our work, so it's not just doing a to-do list, it's building excellence. And I'm like, oh, that's the idea, is we're building excellence and continually improving what we do, but it's influencing those that we lead. Another comment was, I'll be working on my credo and learning about myself from the letters of excellence. They were very powerful for me. It has reframed how I think about the strengths of the faculty and staff members. This will help me build their capacity and move the work forward at my school. So again, that influence to be able to work with their faculty. A couple of people indicated that they want their own faculty to start looking at their own strengths and how they impact learning, and it just kind of spreads that good news all the way down to the students. That's really the goal, is so our work gets into the classroom level. Last quote for this question is, the focus on skills and dispositions is so much more powerful than just focusing on knowledge. We clearly need to know what we're doing, but how we interact, what we do, and what we want to be, that changes the culture, climate, and conditions of your school. So again, that goes back to influence for the schools. Last question I wrote down for you is, what was your favorite part of the conference that stands out to support you in your leadership role? And again, just open question for people to share. The first one was excellence letters and the personal credo. Both of them were a game changer for me in how I see myself. And to me, that's pretty impacting, because if we see the value in what we can do, like if we're questioning ourselves or we don't think we're good at our jobs, that becomes a really hard place to be. But if they believe in themselves, like, oh, I actually see my strengths, I can move forward, and I can influence others, that's a game changer for schools. Imagine this person that felt that way, now how they lead with a little more strength, a little more confidence to bring excellence. Next comment was, keeping students at the center is what we are here to do. And I think that was, that was why we brought the students there, is because it brought an emphasis in, we're here for students, so we wanted to see students being engaged at our leadership conference to show, like, let's keep in mind all the things we have to do and all the details that are there. We have these awesome jobs for kids. So that's why the students were there. A couple more. School improvement means people improvement. That was a common theme quote that you guys saw in the conference. Couple more. I've been impacted by the superintendent's message. He is a wonderful leader and role model of continually striving for excellence.
I think I added a few more things on that one.
I was going to say that was mine that I added. No, that was actually, I know superintendent, he'll be okay me saying this, but a lot of people indicated very similar messages about our superintendent. There's another one. Superintendent Farnsworth mentioned what excellence at work means. Excellence at work means. The greater your capacity, the better your capacity to lead others. That's the true definition of influence right there. And then the final comment is the letters. Oh my, the letters. And just be able to read those. And I hope you guys had the same experience reading your letters of what people thought and said about you, and had a chance to really kind of internalize that and say, you know what? I do make a difference, and we have pretty awesome jobs to work with kids and teachers and get to move forward. But that's a quick summary.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate that. Any questions or comments by the board before we move on to another topic?
Well, I have so many comments. So just starting with excellence letters, because you just touched on that. I like the activity where it was list what you wrote, list what the person wrote, list the overlaps. And I probably enjoyed more watching the people around me watch, like like I wasn't even reading mine, I was just kind of watching everybody else. But in my immediate group, I don't think any of us had things in the column of what I think that other people don't think. We had a lot that we both think, and then it was very cool to watch them list all the things that other people said about him, and it was almost like you could just feel everybody around you kind of growing a little bit. So I thought it was a very cool teaching moment to be able to drill down to that level. And yes, also I feel like the content focus this year was incredible. Like, I think it was the best conference I've ever been to. I loved that we were in groups with different people, but that we were in the same geographic area. So it felt like there were more conversations happening between classes instead of trying to find where you're going. And also lots of comments, I told you I feel the same way, but we would rather hear from you than an external speaker. And so it was just cool we all have conversations with you a lot, right? So it's kind of cool to hear the other conversations of people who aren't with you regularly and the things that they took from that. And so it was, I appreciated all the setup and all the details. And also I noted that I think you spent much less money, because when I looked at the things, I felt like everything was amazing and perfect and fit all the needs. And it was where I love for things to be. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Stacy. Any other comments before we move on? Yeah, thank you, Scott. I thought you did a great job there and good feedback. So, Cammie and her team also at the same location, which was a benefit to them, and set up, did our new teacher orientation. So I've asked her to share a little bit numbers in terms of new teachers, feedback from their team. Several of you were able to attend that and go to some of those breakout sessions. Appreciate again your support for our new teachers and that orientation and the onboarding. And I feel like in the last couple of years, your team really has done a great job in onboarding our new teachers to the Alpine culture. So go ahead and speak to that experience.
Yes, and thank you again, as the superintendent said, for those of you who were able to come even for just a couple of minutes. It was really nice to see you there. So we really enjoyed having it at the same location as the leadership conference. It made it a lot less stressful for our team and hopefully for the schools in general. Instead of being a burden on 2 schools, we were just a burden on 1 school for 1 extra day. So we feel like it went really well and would like to continue that. Made setup and cleanup a lot easier for both teams, we feel like. The purpose of the new teacher orientation is something that we keep trying to communicate to our teachers. And it's hard because they have specific needs, and new teacher or new employee orientation doesn't necessarily meet those needs. But it's because we are working with hundreds of teachers and that the questions they have are very school specific. So we try to let them know ahead of time the purpose of this new employee orientation is something that you can't get at your school. That's why if we're not going to hold a meeting that you could get the information at your school. So the purpose is an overview of Alpine School District. This is who we are. This is what you are now a part of. We want you to be able to feel the culture. We want you to be able to see that you're a part of something big. Hundreds of teachers that are starting the same year that you are, that are all in the same place. And then help them just again, and also get to know some of the district leadership members for leadership team, advisory, school board members, so that they can put faces with names. So we had started out with a breakfast sponsored by Alpine Credit Union. We're grateful for their partnership. They do a great job with the breakfast. And then we have an opening session where the superintendent spoke and then our board president spoke. And then watched a video about teaching, and then we did some breakout sessions. And those, again, were focused on who Alpine is and what we do. And so they were our supporting documents. So the coherence map was covered in one session. And then professional learning communities and their importance in the other session. And then the third session was technology and supported solutions. Again, things that would maybe be a little more difficult to get at the school level. And we have good feedback on those. Most of our presenters end up coming from the district leadership team and advisory, and then we fill in with other district level administrators in those spots. And we again get great feedback from them. They enjoy being able to connect with the teachers at a lower level and be able to connect with them one-on-one. This year we had a total of 267 employees at our new our new employee orientation. So that does not include, there was quite a few people who did not need to come because they were rehires, so we still hired over 400 people. But 267 were able to attend. Out of those, new to teaching were 148 people. Out of the ones that signed up ahead of time, there were 16 that signed up there, and I don't know their stats. I don't know if they were new to the district or new to teaching. And then previous experience, 103. So it's a pretty even balance of the teachers and employees that we're getting. So we're really excited about that. And then we had a lunch, an optional lunch afterwards, sponsored by the Alpine Education Association. So we gave out some great swag. They got jackets, some nice jackets, and then some little swag from Alpine. And again, the feedback that we have received is good. Teachers still want some of those specific questions answered, like what's the beta set up my classroom? How much money do I get? What's my legislative funds? How do I check out a credit card? But we encourage them to work with their principals and secretaries to be able to get answers to those questions. So any feedback from you? Any questions?
I love that it wasn't just new teachers,
Mm-hmm.
that you included those service providers.
Yes.
And I think that felt very different to everybody. Also, two things. So I attended the coherence film class with Dr. Ruiz and Boyce Campbell, and they're fabulous presenters anyway, but in the discussions of the people in the room, it's very cool to see what, like, they got handed the coherence map right there, like it was their first eyes on it, and to be able to pull out different things that everybody's been so intentional in putting in, for them to pick it out right away, that was kind of a cool moment. And then I also attended a class with Supervisor Webb and Katie Bellman, and there was this moment that I was like, I wish that every new person to Alpine could experience this. So after we did introductions, he said, "Okay, let's talk about it. What are you worried about?" And I watched that room just be silent, right? And everyone's just kind of looking, he's all, "You have concerns, like, let's talk about it." And finally, after a very uncomfortable silence for them, not us, someone, raised their hand and said something, and he said, "Great, let's talk about how we work through it." And it was just a few minutes, but just taking things that were weighing on their mind and then just being able to talk through them, I thought it was kind of an extraordinary experience. So they did a really great job with that.
Thanks, Cece.
And I'm changing my vocabulary to be new employee.
I know, it's hard.
orientation, so I thank you for correcting
No,
me and staying
I
on
didn't
course.
correct you, I'm correcting
No.
myself. I keep calling it new teacher and I need to change.
Yeah, well, appreciate your vision to expand that, include more, and continue to improve that. So, anything else on that?
I just wanted to say, I went around and talked to, a couple dozen teachers, and I was so impressed with the quality of the teachers. I mean, they're amazing. One of them had been a computer programmer, and he got back and got certified so he could teach. And I think that just a lot of background and excellent people working for the district. So I think all of them felt that too. They could look around and say, everyone around me is really good, and I feel honored to be in this group.
We hear from our principals that the candidate pool is very strong. I think that's attributable to several things. The board being focused on teacher salary and benefits. We're hearing from our university that individuals that would typically go into other fields are switching now to go into education because of the salary being competitive. So those candidates that are pre-service, when they have several majors to choose from, we're getting more of the best and the brightest choosing to go into education, and then they're coming here. So we're very pleased with that. Anything else on that?
Oh, I have one more comment.
Please.
I also attended a class. I met with Jamie James and I can see his Joe Jensen. Sorry, it took me a minute to get there. And there was so much conversation around PLCs and how excited these teachers. Like, we did these very cool breakout moving activities, and I had this moment of like, okay, the team is going to be so thrilled to know their understanding of this, their level of engagement with how they want to use it, and so cheers to teaching and learning in the PLCs.
Great. Last thing we wanted to talk about is just, you have been the last couple days engaged in the school celebration and openings, and wanted to reschedule that to give you the opportunity to visit your schools. We try and have a supervisor or a DLT member there as well, and we schedule that for you and put those opportunities out there, but just want to make sure that's something that's still meeting your needs as board members. Is that something, the juice worth the squeeze on that? Is that something you want us to continue to do, to provide that opportunity for you? What is your feedback now that you're right in the middle of it? Maybe we should ask in a couple weeks when it's fading a little bit. But I know I saw several of you darting back and forth to schools today and texting me, "Are you going to be here? I'm here." And so it's sometimes a tight schedule, but give us some feedback on that. Is that something that's beneficial to you as board members?
I say definitely yes. How about you guys?
I love it.
I love it
I
too.
get energy from it. And I know I'm supposed to bring the energy, but I get energy as well. And I invited the faculties to share examples of excellence in their schools, and I was just so impressed with how they speak of each other. So a lot of collaboration and support in a variety of situations, but an outstanding number of SPED employees were mentioned as being so supportive of the entire system. So, yeah, I just loved it.
Other thoughts?
Are we gonna ask them?
Good.
Scale from
We
1 to
try not to
10.
take a whole lot of their time.
I know, and I love, I think it's the one time a year where we get to see all of those people in one place, and I love that moment. But I'm also aware, particularly today, I am between you and your classroom, and so let me be speedy that you might, so yes, I love it, but also if it is,
Yeah, you might ask them.
I think that's a great idea.
Well, in the past, we've rotated around, like having the entire district together, like at UVU. And then next year maybe having a cluster, and then the next year maybe having the school. But my sense of it is that employees really are enjoying the school. It takes less of their time, it meets their needs, and I love being able to talk with a small group of faculty like that.
I would much prefer us go to them than make everybody come to a location. Nor, I guess, would I like to continue the large scale, like the cost associated with that, but.
Again, ask them.
I did hear from a lot of people, they didn't like the district-wide celebration at UVU that we did. They're glad we're doing it in their local school.
The video was well received every school I was at, like, they really liked that, so that was fun to see. Cheers, where are you? Comms, he's somewhere, wasn't he in here? Oh, well, someone tell him I said he did great work. And Karen's also, anyways, they did a great job with the video, they really appreciated
The
that.
kids were adorable.
They really were.
Especially that last one kid.
And we had a comment, what was the many junior high kids, probably because their advice got filtered or something? They worked on it.
My only request would be, some of us need 45 minutes, not 30.
To travel.
travel.
The trans, like.
Yep.
Oh, it's like, speak.
No, to travel.
Okay.
I had one thought as we were looking at this, as we have transitioned away from a district community council, I'm looking for ways to involve our community council chairs more in schools, and I wonder if they might play a role in that back to school meeting. I did just a not well-formed thought, but I imagine maybe a community council chair just giving a word of encouragement or something to the group might be good.
Yeah, problem is a lot of them aren't elected by then, because they're
That's a
elected in
good point.
September.
That's a good
That's
So
point.
you have to
That's the
last
advantage
year.
of doing it in the
13th of
springtime.
September is the deadline for it. So
Maybe,
Yeah.
yeah,
But I like the intention behind the idea.
yeah.
And I think, Joel, correct me if I'm wrong, but the schools put in their days to accommodate for that travel. We may get a little bit more directive in that and then line it up if that is a priority for board members to be there, so that you have a little bit closer connection and travel. But that's something we could look at. We try to give them the autonomy to choose when it works with their rotation, but we can look at that.
I think if the outliers, I mean, I just have a couple outliers, but if those were either first or last, I mean, I followed the laws, but it was tight. I'm a rule follower.
And the Utah County Sheriff's Office was out today.
Well, thank you for that feedback, and thank you again for your engagement with our schools and connections with our people. We, I think, have the finest educators in the world that are just so dedicated to their students, to their practice, and it is, like you said, Board Member Wilson, motivating to be among them, and fascinating to hear. I was in a couple schools where they introduced each other, and just the amount of support professionals that are there to support. I think education is changing, and the need for that is increasing, and it's rewarding to see that we're providing more support for those teachers to address behavior, social, emotional, and other needs. And the number of people that are there to support teachers, coaches, behavior specialists, counselors in elementary is just significantly different than it would have been 10 years ago.
Can I just brag on one school? I visited Polaris, and one of my questions was always, who here is new? They had 0 new faculty, and one person just shouted out, we're all here because we want to be. And that's just speaking to the caliber of these educators and their dedication to students, even those with high needs. So.
Thank you.
Maybe special needs.
Okay,
Can I chime in one more time? Sorry.
absolutely.
I thought that your message was very appropriate in the video, and I ended up hearing from almost every school how much they valued setting their own goals at the school level and then measuring them, and I think they feel like that's has been a huge benefit to the whole district, but particularly to my school.
Yeah. And I think the teaching and learning team have done a good job shaping that, but holding people accountable. We see some great momentum, ownership at the local level of that. So great work by the team.
I'm gonna give you one more comment. I got several texts from people saying that how much they like that DLT was part of going out and being there. And so I think just being able to interface, and in particular, Joel and I were at a school that we both came from before, and afterwards, just so many people saying it was just very cool to know the people who were coming in and know that, you know, he knew them personally and have that connection. And so I know you guys have lots of things to do, but I appreciate you taking the time to be out there and be with people.
Okay, now I think we are finished with those reports and
Okay. I'd just like to make a comment. I love the idea of piggybacking the new employee celebration or orientation with our faculty, our administrator conference. The balloons were amazing. I don't know who.
Jody.
Really?
Jody arranged all the.
I have never seen such variety in color and placement and size and shape, the little pointy one. You know, they did such a good job staging that conference with the swag bags and the treats and the balloons and just the detail, all the little teeny things that were so well done. They just flowed, and the timing and the humor. I love the writing letters to each other. You know, it was so well done, and I just think that is really a compliment to all of those who worked on it. And I asked how many letters came in that they had to process. Do you guys remember? It was over 1,000.
1,350 something.
How they got all those printed and put in the right folders and in the right sessions.
That was Jody, she did all of that.
Yeah.
It was amazing. I hope that you gave her some recovery time. So, to put her feet up a little bit. I just want to compliment everybody on a great start to the year. Now for the board, we have maybe 5 minutes to look at something. One of the things Dr. Farnsworth talked about in one of his talks was the idea of being the best version of yourself you can be, and I've been thinking a lot about that. I've been doing some soul searching about what is the best version of me as a board member, of us as a board. And so I'd just like you to just kick out some ideas for a couple of minutes. What is the best version of a school board that we can look at, that we can strive for? We've read some books, some of which have been more impactful than others, and we'd like to suggest maybe, I think it was you, Stacy, that said, no, I think you said in one of your emails that maybe we could just be done with the book we're doing right now.
Oh yeah, that was me.
That was you. Instead of trying to trudge on through and finish it, maybe we're done with that. Is that agreeable to the rest of the board for board governance to?
No hard feelings, no hard feelings.
It's not a personal thing, and I think it's
It's-
just really hard in 15 minutes to try to have, you know,
Yeah.
quality discussion on something. It's a challenge.
It is a challenge. You did a good job on your discussion though, when you did it. I can remember when
It was
we
a while,
did it.
yeah.
Was it
Thank
May or
you.
June? It was a while. And if there are some other things you would like to do starting in September or whatever, if there's another book you'd like to propose or something else you would like to pursue, let me know, or let Julie know, and we'll take a look at that. So if it's agreeable with you, we're done with that book and we'll start something new based on what you would like to talk about. So I guess the challenge I'd like to throw out is, the superintendent's challenge, is for us to look at what is the best version of ourselves that we can be. What is the best version of an Alpine board we can be for the next few months. So suggestions are welcome, and I would challenge you to just kind of put that in your heart and your thoughts. So with that in mind, we have a public hearing starting at 6, And my understanding is that Jason will do his presentation again, and then we'll hear comments, and then we'll have board meeting as soon as that hearing is over. So for now, let's take a break, let's go get something to eat, and thank all of you for coming, and all of you for your input and your good suggestions. So if there's no objections, this session is adjourned, and we will go to board meeting, public hearing 6 o'clock. thank you for coming and joining us here today. We will now hold a truth in taxation hearing to receive input from the public with respect to the proposed fiscal year 24-25 tax rate by Alpine School District. Those who have signed up to speak will have 3 minutes to comment, and we would plead with you, please stay within your 3 minutes. I have 2 sheets so far. As people continue to come, they will bring me those sheets. And so if you want to speak, please make sure you have signed up. When beginning your comments, please remember to state your name and your address for the record. All right, let's begin. I will read 2 or 3 names.
Wait, we're gonna do Jason? You skipped the presentation part.
Sorry, Jason. We would like our business administrator now to make a presentation before we begin. Go ahead with comments.
All right. Thank you, President Hacken. I'm just getting connected here. Let's see. Okay, so this was presented in study session just an hour or so ago. So I'm going to go through the presentation once more for the benefit of everybody here. So first off, so that you don't have to take pictures on each slide, there's a QR code right here. You can scan that QR code and have your own PDF copy of that.
Jason, could you just repeat that one more time, just for...
The QR code?
Yeah.
Okay, is anybody still, so this QR code, if you scan that, it'll take you to the district website, or it'll take you to part of the district website, which is a Google Drive, which has a PDF of the presentation. So everything that will be presented here is on that PDF. Anybody need more time on that? Okay. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. So this is the slide. What is being recommended and what is the impact? So there's a few slides that we'll go through, and it'll show, we'll have an example of your tax notice, what it may look like, but this is a summary of what's being recommended, what is the impact. So the board's considering a net increase in property tax rates for the FY25 budget of 4 increments to meet operational and capital needs, and that is a 7% increase over the certified tax rate. So everybody's tax notice, you'll see a line for Alpine School District that says 16+%. We'll explain the difference here. So right there, the tax rate last year, the final tax rate for all of those 6 different levies was 0.005518. With how the certified tax rate worked with all of the information, that would have been 5715 this year. And so the proposed is to go up to 6115. So 6115 divided by 5715, those are those 2 columns right here. So the 6115 to the 5715 is 107% or a 7% increase. So these are the different levies. So the board levy is one that, wow, it's quite the storm. Okay, so the board levy is stayed pretty flat from one year to the next. The proposal is to raise that 3 spots here. So the 4th decimal place from 774 to 1074, and that 4th decimal place is what's termed an increment. So from 774 to 1074, the capital levy up from 1010 to 1410, which would mean 4 increments, and the debt service levy, which this change would not have shown up on your individual tax notice, but to be able to reduce that debt service levy down from 1231 to 931. So in essence, this 3 increment decrease offsets this 3 increment increase and left with 4 increments in capital to be able to fund projects that are needed. Board members, any questions so far? Okay.
Just
All
a
right.
comment, those of you who are looking outside, if you see a funnel cloud, let us know, okay? It's not looking good out there.
Yeah, just a couple weeks ago, I saw the movie Twisters. So I came out of that movie, and I was looking around thinking I was going to see something, and I was in California. There wasn't going to be one, but okay. So a little more into what a tax increment. I kind of explained it there. So a tax increment is a fraction of a percent. So that 0.0001, and so that. Right there, the primary, the median value of homes in the district this year is 489,000. That's all residential units. And so for a $489,000 home, if it's somebody's primary home, they get an exemption to reduce that down to 45%. So 55% of the total, but down 45 to 268. So 268 times that 1 in the 4th decimal place is about $27 per year, or $2.24 per month. So if the board decides tonight to do 4 increment increase, which is the proposal, the impact on the average home would be $108, $107.52 per year, or about $9 per month. Now, if somebody's home value is less than the 489, those amounts are going to be less. If it's higher than that, they're going to be a little proportionally more on that. Okay, a few items here, how that mainly in that box. So the county auditor is who sets the certified tax rate. The assessor assesses all of the property values, both residential and commercial, and then the county treasurer figures out what tax revenue each entity is allotted. This explains a little bit about the certified tax rate. So CTR, certified tax rate. It's certified, set by the county auditor. So each taxing entity has a revenue neutrality principle. So each year, basically, for what property you had the year before, you're guaranteed the same amount of revenue each year. So as home values go up, the rate goes down to be able to have the same amount of revenue. There is a little bit of new revenue that would come in when growth happens, and so whenever the rate is set and then there's new growth on that, a little bit comes in, but that growth also brings more students, more schools needed, so it doesn't quite keep up with rising costs of inflation for taxing entities. There's also a note there at the bottom. So business administrators throughout the state have been trying and working with state legislators to recommend that when the certified tax rate process happens, that there's an inflation piece in that, so that taxing entities don't have to go through truth and taxation as often. If we're saying, okay, last year you got this much revenue, with inflation it should be a little bit more, here's the new rate, that would help quite a bit. But as it is now, it's just the same revenue each year unless a taxing entity decides to increase through truth and taxation. Okay, this is the slide that probably has the most detail. It may look a little bit like your own individual tax notice, and I see that there are some people that have brought their own here. So anything in yellow on this is going to be, and that shows in that right column, not included on your tax notice, but included for clarity. So it's just more information on that. So this is as if the full market value up at the top is if you have the median home value of $489,000. So there's the residential exemption, the 45% reduction. So your total taxable value, if you were in the exact median value home, would be you'd be taxed on $268,950. So over on the left in the white column, you can see in red there's one that says Alpine School District. I believe on your own tax notice that may be at the bottom line. There's also the state charter school - Alpine, and then the statewide school, the basic levy. So those three were included. You can see that there's some dots below just for clarity of that, or explaining that there's other things on your tax notice, your city, your county, your water conservatory district. Those aren't included here just to show what for schools your property tax dollars are going to. So the first column you'll see on your own is in 2023, you'll see how much you paid for each of those three categories in your taxes. But as you see in that yellow column, the rate is not included on your tax notice. We've included it here to be able to show the changes that have happened. Also on your tax notice, that Alpine School District one actually includes 4 different levies, which are shown in that arrow that goes down to the bottom. So you can see the very bottom line where it says 00408 last year, or what this one would be with no increase would be 0.004238. Those match the top line here. So it's just to give more clarity on that. And you see the 1652, 1652, the 9.44. This whole line is identical to this top line. So within the Alpine School District line on your tax notice includes the board levy, the voted levy, the capital levy, and the debt service levy. So as shown in the slide 3 before this, it's proposed that the board levy be increased from 0.000774 to 0.001074, or 3 increments. Also proposed that the capital be raised 4 increments from 1010 to 1410. And this debt service one is the same in both. So you can see the rate in this one is 7 increments higher than the rate in this one. What wasn't included is the debt service, where the board can reduce this, if they choose, a little bit right now, 3 increments to offset the one in the board. The reason that can happen, the debt service rate, how that is set, it is not part of the certified tax rate, where if values go up, the rate goes down and vice versa. The debt service is set each year. The county will say, how much do you owe in general obligation bond debt or principal and interest? How much do you need to pay this upcoming year? And they set the rate to that amount. But for the past 8 or 9 years, we've received a little bit more in revenue than what we needed to pay that principal and interest. And so there's been a fund balance that's grown in that fund, and it can only be used to pay off debt from general obligation debt. So it can only be used to either pay off debt early or to do something like this, and like we did last year, the same thing, to be able to reduce the rate by 3 increments. So we're still able to make the principal and interest payments, but the revenue, if this is chosen to happen, the revenue this year will be about $17 million less than our expenses, but we'll be able to use the fund balance to pay for that. So when we're looking at this, that 1652 is calculated correctly on your tax notice, but that's the 188.27. If the median home property tax went up $188 divided by what you would have paid just on that line, it's a 16.5% increase. But if you include everything that comes to help with schools, that increase is only 12.25%, so 188.27 over this 15.37. But with the reduction of 3 increments in debt service, when you're looking at this, it's a 7% increase. And so that 7% is the 6,115 over the 5,715, or the 4 increment increase. Or looking at it another way, it's this $107 increase of what you would have paid over the 1537, and that 107 is the difference between this 1644 and the 1537.
So Jason, can you maybe help patrons understand, I get this question a lot, is why with the taxing entities, it lists Alpine School District twice, and explain that state charter school, why it's under Alpine.
Right. And so, yeah, the Alpine School District one has those 4 that are listed below. The state charter, we actually have to account for the revenue and expense, but never see the dollars. They come in, and that rate's the lowest. You can see it's the 0.00069, so it's a very small amount, but that goes to all the charter schools that are within Alpine School District boundaries. But the other one that's really doesn't have Alpine on it is the statewide school basic levy, which that money the state sets, but it does benefit the school district. So how that works is with the WPU value, or weighted pupil unit, that the state guarantees, they set a basic rate. So if a school district is guaranteed $10 million from the WPU, but $5 million comes in from the basic rate to their district, the state gives $5 million more to make that guarantee. There's some school district, well, there's a school district like Park City that may be guaranteed $10 million but generates $20 million in that, and that extra $10 million goes back to help other school districts to have an equalization there. Say that again? Yeah, the charter and the basic are set by the state through different formulas that the state legislature determines. Okay, so why truth in taxation this year? There were some questions about, let's see. So the first bullet there is to maintain 20 qualifying tax increments. So the board and voted levies, they have to be at a certain amount. If they're not, the state doesn't guarantee as much. So this year it doesn't affect us, but next year it would. So it's wise to be able to increase that incrementally rather than wait on both of them every 5 years and have a big increase to be able to have that. So we have one that's above the minimum, one that's below. So next year to be able to get that, we can change between the two without having to necessarily go through truth in taxation to get it back to the minimum amount.
My understanding, Jason, is that the purpose of that is to incentivize local tax effort, so that the state can say you are making an effort to fund your public schools at a certain level.
Correct, yes. Okay, the second bullet's just talking about some of the operational investments that are proposed with this tax increase. So being able to give the board and staff some opportunities for targeted class size reduction FTEs when there's a school that may have a big influx of students that wasn't planned, to be able to lower class size from in the 30s to down into the 20s per teacher. Paraprofessional support for our SPED students, an increase for substitute pay. We're trying to compete with other neighboring districts, and they pay quite a bit more for daily sub rates. And then a teacher mentor program to be able to maintain teachers longer. This is for the first 3 years of a teacher's career. The last bullet there is to continue to build up the school building fund. So last year, through Truth in Taxation, the board set aside 2 1/4 increments, or about $13 million per year, to go into a building fund to be able to buy land, to be able to save up to build buildings, elementaries. Doing that can save a lot of interest without having to do as many general obligation bonds or lease revenue bonds. And the bullet right before that, it's important to keep up on our maintenance, replacing things in physical facilities and technology. If we don't have quite enough of the funding, but some things have to be done right away, it can be something of a temporary fix, which will cost a lot less, but then we go a few years later and be able to fix it. That total amount spent actually is a lot more than if we were able to fix it effectively right at the time it needs it. Okay, so these are some details of uses for new revenue. So the capital and operations are 2 separate things. So there's recommended the 4 increments in capital, which would all go towards the building fund. The value of 1 increment right now this year is about $5.6 million of revenue. So 4 increments would be $22.4 million. And 3 years of that would be $67.2 million. So the reason that's included is with the new high school being proposed and being worked on now with architecture and buying the land, there was the thought back in March and April to maybe do a lease revenue bond of $175 million back then before the law changed in May. But it was determined that if we were able to do 4 increments for 3 years and then do the amount that's now in law, where you can do $200 million every 36 months, we could be able to do the $67 million there and $86 million of lease revenue bond to be able to build a high school. The high school, there's about $20 million that was approved by the board in June to go for the architecture of the new high school and completing the purchase of the land. So that's already accounted for somewhere else. And then down below the operations, this is looking at just the top items are things that the board really felt strongly about in their work session. So those couple increments total there, and that was listed on the previous slide. And then all the other items were things that were requested through the budget process this earlier this spring that there wasn't enough funding to fund, but the team, the committees felt that they were still very vital for district operations, and those are added there. So you can see down at the bottom, the 4 increments and the 3 increments is 7 increments, generates about $40 million of additional revenue. But again, remembering that debt service can be reduced by 3 increments, so that would take off about the 16.8 million. So the amount net coming in would be the 22 million more, which is the 4 increments. This shows the Alpine School District total property tax rate over the last 10 years. It's been going down because values have rapidly increased over the last 10 years. This is just a summary slide of just saying what's being recommended and the impact. So those are 4 increments again. So the proposed final tax rate with all the 6 different levies, tax rates that come to education is a 7% increase over the certified tax rate, and explains there the different ones and who sets those. This shows the inflation. This is a chart we have. You can see in 22 and 23 there was, looking at months, it's looking back 12 months to see what the inflation is year over year. So the last 2 completed fiscal years, almost 7% each year on the inflation. And new construction costs have gone way above that. And teacher compensation benefits, we've been trying to increase, the board has tried to increase the starting teacher pay to motivate more people to go into education, and been successful in doing that. But with benefits, healthcare costs, teacher compensation, that's gone up quite a bit. You can see the other items there. This is a historical comparison of the debt service levy and the capital levy. As general obligation bond has been paid off, the board has wisely put some of that into a capital levy to be less reliant on bonds and to be able to save taxpayers a lot in interest. So as usually on a lease revenue bond or a general obligation bond, it takes 18 to 20 years to pay that off. And we're able to get very good rates because of the AAA rating of Alpine School District, but there still is interest costs associated with that. And as we're able to move that to capital and save up on that and then be able to pay more with cash, there'll be a lot of savings in interest in the future. This is the tax notice that was generated from the state tax website that we were required to put in the newspaper, to post outside the boardroom here, and to put on our website. So that's just explaining a little bit of the proposal. And again, this has the increase of $188 because it doesn't have the proposed 3 increment reduction in debt service. We wanted to provide this slide. If you scan that QR code, Utah County offers several tax relief programs. So individuals that qualify for one or more of these programs, they can reduce, to anywhere from a minor to significant reduction of their property taxes. So we're mindful of that. Many people on fixed incomes, so scan that. There's some deadlines that are pretty quick on that, but there's some opportunities for relief through Utah County.
Leave that up for a minute, Jason. I think some people are trying to get a picture.
If you are part of my Facebook group, I did a post today with the link there. So if you just want to copy and paste that to send it to people, it's right in the body.
Okay, board, any questions or other comments? I'll show one more slide here. This is just, I thought this is very interesting. So the tax year we just completed last year, this is Alpine's, the final rate of the 5518 compared to neighboring districts and where they were. So all of them, that last column is percent above ASD. So Provo and Nebo about 30 about a third, 33%, 34% higher. Canyons and Jordan pretty similar, and then you can see the others with Wasatch and Tooele. Anything I shared earlier that I forgot to mention now?
I just wanted to share one of the line items on the detailed of how we're going to use this revenue proposed was the SPED class size reduction, and that was clarified in our study session that currently we have resource teachers who are carrying caseloads of about 40, and we'd like to reduce that to 32 caseloads, as well as speech language pathologists who are carrying caseloads that exceed 100 folders. So that's significant. They need the relief, and our SPED department does not have the funds.
Thank you for letting me share this. I know it's special ed.
Special education.
So
Pardon me, special education.
this isn't, I learn more and more about this each year as I'm going through this, and I know board members do too. So it's something, hopefully, that brought clarity to everybody. It's still, there's a lot of depths and understanding of that, but hopefully that was helpful.
Okay, Jason, some people have come in since your first slide. Would you mind throwing that first slide up again so that if people who just came in want to access that presentation, they can take a picture of this really quickly and have that on their phone? So let's just give a minute. Okay, with that in mind, let's open the time up now to hear public comments. I read that. Okay, I'll read 2 names at a time, and if you can just come right up, and your time limit is 3 minutes, and we would appreciate very much if you would stay within those 3 minutes. I have 30 people that want to comment at this point, and as people come in, they'll have a chance to sign up, but if your name is not on one of these sheets, then we will not be able to have time for you to speak. So if you'd like to speak, please make sure your name is on one of our sheets. Okay, let's start with Jared Johnson, followed by John Anderson. Come up to this phone, this microphone right in the middle.
Members of the board, thank you. My name is Jared Johnson. I live about 3 blocks east of here. I was here at the last, I moved into American Fork about 2 years ago, and I was here last year at the tax meeting, at the Truth and Taxation meeting. It's been a crazy few years with inflation, home valuations, everything like that. It's interesting to see that as my home valuation has gone down by almost $100,000 since I bought it, according to the assessor records, with this proposed tax increase, even with the 7% instead of the 12%, I would be paying more in property taxes this year than when I originally bought the home for the Alpine School District. It's been crazy. With inflation, we've all felt it. I'm sure that with the board has felt it with the additional costs of schools and maintenance and everything like that. However, we have not felt it with rising student enrollment. Over the past 4 years, student enrollment's gone up by less than 800 students, whereas, and if you calculate your total budget divided by the number of students, you've gone from just under $11,000 per student total to over $13,000 with the proposed budget for this year. That's a 19% increase in money per student across the entire school district. We also know that there will be more changes coming up, especially this election season, as the voters across the Alpine School District vote on 3 different proposals to split up the district into 2 or 3 sub-districts. I would encourage you to please vote against this proposal right now. There's a lot of the proposed increase would go to a capital fund, which would go to schools presumably out west, where there's different needs than an aging district with fewer and fewer students out here out east where I live personally. If this needs to be done, please let it happen as naturally as the citizens of this county decide what they want to do with the school districts. Additionally, it's important to maintain those 20 tax increments to receive that state funding. Last year, that was a justification for increasing that, and I found that persuasive to a degree. However, this year, the proposed tax increase would lead to almost 23 tax increments, which is more than we need this year. It's an excess of what the state funding would, of what we can get through state funding. If that needs to increase next year, as we're in this preliminary, this transitional stage in between one massive Alpine school district versus 2 or 3, then we can have another Truth in Taxation meeting next year and potentially increase it to make sure that we're getting those matching state funds. However, it's unnecessary this time. Voters voted down a large bond 2 years ago, and we've already seen a smaller bond, a tax increase last year, and a tax increase this year. It hurts me as a father with small children trying to make ends meet in this crazy inflationary environment, and I can't imagine how much it must hurt those seniors and retired citizens. I encourage you to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. John Anderson, followed by Carly Farron.
First of all, thank you for doing a hard job. I know when you run the numbers and it looks like the needs are greater than the revenue, that's a hard place to be in. So thank you for that. Thank you also for the comprehensive annual budget report that's posted on the district website. I found it helpful, but there was also some things in there that were very high level, and I would love to see a more broken down set of information. This presentation was great too. It helped beyond what the report had. I would love to have been able to have that information prior to this meeting to kind of digest it. I'd recommend, if possible, that could be done going forward. There were some things in the presentation that, and in the budget report that I would love to have seen broken down further. I noticed that about 22%, just under 22% of the operations costs listed in the proposed budget increase were for additional support for schools and programs and miscellaneous FY26 budget requests. That's kind of a large percentage to not see broken down. A lot of them were broken down a lot finer. So, I mean, sometimes we have to part with our money, but all of us would love to feel a little bit better about it if we can see everything that is seen that goes into the decisions that are made and the proposals that come up for the increases. So the more broken down it can be, realizing that not everybody's going to want to see all the nitty-gritty, but that would definitely be helpful. You also mentioned in the presentation that growth doesn't quite keep up with the increases in expenses. That would be a great thing to see, the difference between where the growth is and where the expenses increase, and you know how that all breaks down as well. I did notice in the report that it said that the expected increase is 71 students for this next year, and I had no idea, so I looked on the Alpine School District website, and there looked like there were more than 71 schools, which would come out to like an average of less than one additional student per school. And I realized we're trying to get the classroom sizes down, and that's a slight change in the other direction. But I also noted it in the budget report. It said overall expenditures of all funds are expected to decrease by 118.85 million. That was copied straight out of the budget report. And so I'm in my mind, to have additional information before this meeting that can help me reconcile, oh, there's a slight increase in number of students across the district, less than one per school, with an expected decrease in expenditures of almost 120 million. It's like, trying to figure that out would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Carly Farron, followed by Margaret Bateman.
I'm Carly Farron from Saratoga Springs. First, let me commend you for a very well-run school district. I've compared your administrative costs with the 40 other Utah school districts, and ours is impressively the cheapest. I know we have a few state lawmakers in the audience, but I wish we had more legislators here so they could see the consequences of income tax cuts. In February, I published an opinion article advising lawmakers to not cut income tax and return the funds to schools instead. When the state cuts income tax, school districts must make up the lost funding with a higher property tax, which is less flexible and harder on families. The 9-figure income tax surpluses of the past several years should have gone to schools to answer inflation and population growth, especially building schools out west. So while we'll need to have more conversations with lawmakers about this oversight, in the meantime, we can't afford to starve our schools of funding. In other words, I support a property tax increase because schools are our most valuable investment. In tech, there's a well-known term called tech debt. Tech debt is essentially small, short-sighted gains in exchange for massive long-term losses. Businesses who lack imagination and unwisely believe they can cut all tech except the bare essentials often end up paying for their lack of oversight many times over when life happens and reality hits. We would be wise to learn from these same mistakes and lack of vision. Our public education system is our massive statewide jobs training program. Funding it well will keep Utah competitive, producing competent workers who we can depend on to keep our economy running strong when we're ready to retire. We elected you to manage our ever-important education system. We'll do our best to persuade the state to increase income tax funding for education. In the meantime, please raise property taxes to preserve what we've built and keep our students moving forward and up. Thank you.
Thank you, Carly. Margaret Bateman, followed by, I believe is MJ Humphreys.
My name is Margaret Bateman, and I live in Lehigh. I know that a lot of money has moved into our communities, but there are a lot of us that have lived here a lifetime. We work hard on meager wages or on fixed incomes. Families are choosing whether to eat or to pay their bills. So their bills are going on credit cards. Where are we supposed to get more money to give you more money? We live on budgets, and I do encourage that you do not raise our taxes.
Thank you, Margaret. MJ Humphreys, followed by Long Pei.
MJ Humphreys, Saratoga Springs. One of the things that you brought up and you showed was that there's a 7% increase. The question is here is, I know that it's not totally correlatable, but who got a 7% increase in pay this year? I don't know. I didn't. So going along with the lady that just spoke, there's a lot going in with inflation. We're probably not in a recession, but we're pretty dang close. You're asking for more money. On top of that, our home values have increased. And so there is more tax money. I know that you've showed that things adjust, but they don't adjust accordingly. And so it appears that we're playing a lot of math games. I'm an engineer. I play with math. And that's what that looks like to me, is math games to try to justify additional money going out. Like the first gentleman that spoke, I don't know the last time that I have paid less in taxes than more. Now, you did show a slide that showed that our taxes were going down. I'm assuming that it was only for Alpine School District. So there's differences being made up. Every time you guys go down, somebody goes up, and then you guys go up, and we continually go up. We don't ever come down. And we're in a state that we prioritize low taxes. We prioritize the freedoms that we have and less government in our lives. And that's the part where I go back to, is I don't disagree with paying for my kids' education. But when I have 3 kids, 1 in each level of school, and I haven't seen a damn difference in 3 years, that's a problem. And that's why I vote no on this, and that's why I'll continually just say no. Because I'm not noticing the difference. I don't see it, yet I have kids in it. I think we need more of that to be able to see where our stuff's going. And like the last gentleman said, or 2 ago, more openness and more detail in the breakdown would do that. Thank you.
Thank you, MJ.
Long Pei, followed by Wendy Jensen.
Hi everyone, I'm Lampe. I'm from Lehigh. I live on Traverse Mountain. First, I want to talk about the school district ratings. I found on niche.com. The school is the second best in Utah County, and but it's only number 12 in Utah. But other school districts, even the best one, hasn't really increased the property tax that much compared to this school district. Also, I think the increase should be line up with the performance. So according to the state task scores, 45 students are at least proficient in math, and 50% proficient in reading in this second best school district. In Utah County. I don't think that's high. And I understand that education is very important part in the nation. I also went to American high school for 1 semester here before I graduate. I know math is very important, but your increase like 16.52% on the property tax, that seems too much. And in order to justify for such increase, I think that should be measured in some matrix based on the performance of the students, number of proportion of students that can graduate and go to college compared to other school districts in Utah to justify for your increase, like pay for performance. I work in healthcare, every time an insurance company submit a rate increase, they have to give sufficient data and justifications. Even that, they don't increase that much, maybe only 5% on your premium. I work on consulting side. I see both the hospital and the insurance side for your health insurance. In order to make the increase, they share the risks. They need to improve efficiency in order to get higher pay. So I think we shouldn't just count on how much cost we have. We should measure the essential cost, and for the optional cost, we should measure based on the performance of the school district compared to other ones in order to see if the increase is necessary. And publish those metrics, let the public vote, set up a benchmark in the beginning of the year, see if you meet the target. If you meet the target, you get the increase, but if you don't meet, you get a proportion of the increase, like 50% to 120% of the increase. That would be fair instead of just based on cost. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Wendy Jensen, followed by Lisa Wingner.
Hello, I'm Wendy Jensen. I live in Saratoga Springs on Lake Mountain. Just to share some thoughts about tax increases, I can't say I'm in support unless I know that some of the money will go towards the new high school out west. If not, then I am not in support of this tax proposal, because our kids suffer and have to go without. You all know that we have asked for a needed high school in Saratoga Springs for a while now. So this is why our needs are not being met for our students. Even our superintendent encouraged the board to build a school in the board meeting on 4/30 when he said, our recommendation is that the board go through the lease revenue bond and the true taxation and start building the high school so that it is in place if there was a separation. In the same meeting, Ada said, I want to publicly say that I am committed to a high school in the West. I am committed to acting on this in August. Well, it's August. Sorry. Where is the conversation about the high school? Why are we talking about raising taxes when and the high school is not for sure. And you still have to decide. We should have had this conversation before now. This is just another perfect example of why we need to separate the district. Our students deserve better. My kids deserve better. I will ask you again to please vote to build our high school because our kids deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Lisa Winger, followed by Carrie Kerr.
Lisa Weiniger, Orem. I sent 3 kids, fortunately, through the Alpine School District. They've all graduated K through 12. And other than a short stint, and when I put them in a charter school because I did not like investigations math and my elementary would not help my daughter with her dyslexia, I have given time, money, energy to Alpine, and I've loved Alpine. And I've supported mostly all the taxes that come through, but this one's a hard one. We've all seen the bloat in our houses. Taxes are hard. I'm paying additional $400 this year, which is a lot, and I'm willing to do that, but I want to understand where it's going. Now, I appreciate the breakdown. I agree about the operational costs. All of them that I saw up there, I agree with where that's going. But I also want to know, where's the sacrifice coming from? We are all sacrificing. We are all struggling with utilities and home costs and every other form of cost. Businesses are struggling. The job I had before they have one now, I was doing my job and 2 others because of layoffs. We all are sacrificing right now, and I want to understand where the sacrifice is here. So I started looking at salaries. Where's the money going? Because we know we need operational costs. So looking at govsalaries.com, you look at basically the average, according to the Census Bureau right now, the 24 to 40-year-old in Utah, the median income is $71,000. Not a lot, but that's what it is. Now I'm looking at Alpine School District and what individuals are getting paid. And I looked at person after person after person, and they were all over $200,000. So you look at Shane Farnsworth, who's the superintendent. His annual salary is over $240,000. The salary is 481% higher than the average, 800% higher than the median salary in Alpine School District. Robert Smith, a business administrator, he makes the highest annual salary of $336,000 and over, 714% higher than the average, 1,161% higher than the median salary in Alpine School District. And then just looking at the state as a whole, he makes 179% higher than the average business administrator in the state of Utah. Then I'm looking at the schools. My kids went to Orem High. They have 1 principal, 4 vice principals, all making over $100,000 a year, almost $600,000 in salaries, and that's not even counting benefits, which we know is very high. So why? Why is this so? Why do we have such a huge administrative at the district level and also at the school level, where all that money is going? There needs to be cut. Businesses are cutting, we're cutting, and I want to understand how that is coming into play when you're looking at money coming into the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Carrie Kerr, followed by John Gillespie. Carrie Kerr, followed by John Gillespie.
I'm Corey Kerr from
All right,
Pleasant
sorry.
Grove. Oh, that's fine. Lived in the school district in my same home for 50 years and paid for my children, my grandchildren, and my great-grandchildren. I'm not opposing a Utah County tax. I'm opposing Alpine School District's increase in taxes. On a fixed income, we pay more and more every year for a part that I think we have done our job after 50 years in this same home in the same district. So I'm speaking for all people on fixed income that this is a hardship and maybe needs to be taken up by the next or a younger generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. John Gillespie, followed by Joe Garlick.
thank you for your service to the district and to the community, especially to the community. You're a representative to both, but mainly the community and those that help elect you to these offices. There's a lot that's been said about the funding of education at the state level, district, charter schools, homeschooling. I'm appreciative of the truth in taxation requirement, not sure how it came about, but the tax increases in 2023, 2021, 2020, 2019, 2018, and the bond failure in 2022. I think the bond failure sends a message. This required the approval of the general population. It seems that the general population felt like that was a tremendous burden. On the other hand, these other approvals are only based off of you 7 members of the board. I stand here representing 5 households, my home in American Fork and a 4-plex in Orem. I've not raised the rents on my tenants, but I'm afraid that I'm going to need to, between the tax increases, the utility increases, and everything else. They're not rich tenants. I'm not a rich owner. I've lived in the area for almost all my life. Orem used to be orchards, and apparently Pleasant Grove had strawberries. To say the population increase in the valley is not a natural inflationary increase would be nonsense. But we've seen so many homes, condominiums, rentals, all of which are feeding the tax system. Birth rates are down, family size is declining, yet more and more residents are feeding the system. I feel for those that have purchased homes in these past 5 years of such inflated prices. How can they make the payments on their property taxes? I just see many factors that are contributing to Alpine's funding without a need for another tax increase. 1, the inflation of the housing market. 2, the continued increase of homes and residents, population boom. 3, the decrease in the number of children. 4, the use of charter schools and homeschools, thus needing less taxation. And I wouldn't, if it wouldn't have been pointed out, but when I see the charter schools are getting $20 to run theirs and ours are up at 200 plus. Anyway, I'd hope you reconsider approving this tax rate. Live within your means, use your good times. These good times do not put another burden on the local citizens.
Thank you. Joe Garlick, followed by Ben Smith.
Joe Garlick from Pleasant Grove, where we grow strawberries. Anyway, I went over here to the old junior high school in American Fork, graduated from American Fork. I live in Pleasant Grove now, but I still like a caveman. All our kids grew up in Pleasant Grove to the school there. We've been there for 40 years now. Our taxes have gone from about $700 a year to over $2,000 in that time. Alpine School District all the time. I've not outgrown education, and certainly my grandkids haven't, and I'm always for it. I think there is an unbalance in, I guess, superintendent wages and stuff and the other. I'm not saying you don't earn your money, because you probably do. And I'm just saying there needs to be a little more accountability. I think when we build new high schools or any school, it doesn't have to be a Taj Mahal. It needs to be focused on the students and on the teachers. I appreciate the Alpine School District. I've been in it for a while, not working in it, but dealt with it. I love the area. We all want to support what we can, but I'm on a fixed income too. I agree with everybody else that's talked about that. Our raises don't come, period. Inflation. I can make it now, but if inflation keeps going like it is now, we aren't going to make it, and the taxes aren't going to help. Anyway, thank you for the time.
Thanks, Joe. Okay, Ben Smith. The next one looks like E.J. Tucker. Did I get that right? Okay, Ben, go ahead.
First, I want to say thank you for supporting us and for supporting the district and running it. I appreciate that. Before I came to this meeting, I went to an open house for my daughter. She's in 3rd grade. I have a 3rd grader. I live in Saratoga. I have a 3rd grader, I have a 5th grader, and I have an 8th grader. The 3rd grader, some of their classes are 34 people. Like, that is way too many effing people, kids, to have in a class. 3rd grade, man. 34 kids in 3rd grade. Like, that's just unacceptable to me. And I noticed, and I appreciate the breakdown that you guys did on this about what the money is going to. And I noticed that some of that money is going towards class size reduction. So I appreciate that, because that is sorely needed on the west side. And we aren't building Taj Mahal schools over there. I don't know what people are thinking, but that's not happening. These are just like basic schools with basic stuff. It's not nothing fancy. It's not like Sky Ridge. These are just basic schools, and those schools are needed. Like, we need a new high school already, and it needs to be, and I noticed that that's on here too, so I appreciate that. I know that the money, like, everybody is worried about their taxes, worried about their money. I'm a government employee. I do not make a lot of money. I'm not a rich person, but I believe in investing in my children and their education, and so I support this tax increase because I'm willing to do that. And I think it's just needed. It's needed to be done. And the people that don't like it, like the people you need to be complaining to are the state legislatures that are cutting your income tax and taking money away from the schools. Like, that's where your fight should be, is with the state legislature and not with the school board that's just trying to do the right thing for my kids. So again, thank you. I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate the fact that you're trying to build a school on the west side. You're sending money to that. I appreciate trying to reduce class sizes. That's desperately needed. I also noticed that there's a funding line in there for substitute teachers. I know people that go to Salt Lake County to sub because they can make $50 to $75 more in Salt Lake County than they can in Utah County. My wife's a substitute teacher, not because she's trying to make money. It's just because, like, she's trying to help my kids get through school and, like, help teachers that need a break. And so I'm not saying my wife needs more money. What I'm saying is I know that, you know, that would maybe help get people to come back to here instead of going to Salt Lake County to sub. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Next, it looks like E.J. Tucker, followed by Carol Siller. Did I get that right?
My name's Ed Tucker. I live in Highland. I moved there in 1983, and I'm 85 years old. I got old over the time and changed my financial situation a lot. But the last 3 years, the property taxes on the Alpine School District have gone up, for my house at least, $200 to $300, and that's really difficult on a fixed income. And so I'm speaking against the raising the taxes this year, the property taxes. So I love this community. I love where I live. I do support the students and the schools and what's been said here. I don't fully understand, being an old guy, but nevertheless, I'm speaking on behalf of those of us who have retired and have found the increases very difficult. From right now, my taxes are $2,500, so that, to me, that's a lot of money. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Carol Siller, followed by Juanita Hunt. Carol Siller. Did I say it wrong?
Hi, I'm Juanita Hunt, and I have lived in Pleasant Grove for almost 21 years, and I love it. Each year, though, with the tax raises going up and up and up, and I have my husband in a care facility in American Fork, and that cost me $3,000 a year. My husband is a retired teacher, and as you know, teachers are not wealthy, and I'm trying to hang on to my house, but every year my taxes go up, and I'm wondering if I'm going to have to leave my home that I love. And so I just would like to say, if you can please be careful with the finances and consider, I mean, I don't have any children in the Alpine School District, no grandchildren, I have no one, and I don't mind paying my share, but sometimes it gets to be too much, that with everything going on, inflation and all, I have a hard time making ends meet, even just to get my yard taken care of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Juanita. Okay, let me call this name again, and I may be reading it wrong. It looks like Carol Siller. It could be something else. Is there anyone here that is even close to that? There is no city listed, just an address. Okay, let's move ahead. I'll call for that again. Alicia Alba, followed by John Eyring.
Hi, my name's Alicia Alba. I live in Linden. It's nice to see all of you. I want to start by thanking you for the opportunity to speak, and also by thanking each of you for your service on our board. I appreciate it. Like many residents, I'm also disappointed to see that our taxes are being raised again, especially in light of the imminent school closures and program changes, which I believe will be announced by you next month. Also knowing that these taxes are a mere drop in the bucket compared to the critical needs across our district that have been building up for years now without being addressed. I believe the current financial shortfall and other challenges that we face are a direct result of how unwieldy our mammoth district has become. We've reached a point where what was once an economy of scale is now a diseconomy of scale, where our board feels pressure to rob Peter to pay Paul, where we can no longer successfully bond, and where disparate and critical needs across our district are not being met. Unfortunately, I believe that our overly large district is no longer the system best equipped to continue providing a high-quality education to our children. This system is not financially healthy. It is not sustainable. Although I know many of you are doing your very best, you are currently tasked with representing more people than our state legislators. If we had the same ratio of students to school board members as the smaller districts in Utah have, then instead of 7 board members, we would have, that we currently have, we would have between 21 and 42 board members representing the needs of our district, our communities, our teachers, and our students. I appreciate the wisdom of district leaders who understand this and who understand that our district's future needs to diverge, that our best path forward is actually apart, and I believe that each of the 3 potential districts that will be on the ballot this fall not only will have what it needs to survive, but to thrive. We need districts which can provide more responsive representation, more connected leadership, and a financially healthier system which can better meet the needs of our communities and our teachers, and again, most of all, our students. I hope as communities this fall that we can all unite in separating into more financially healthy and sustainable smaller districts for the sake of our children by, again, supporting the 3-way split on the ballot this fall. And in the meantime, I urge you not to vote for this tax increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Jan Eyring,
That's
sorry,
all right.
followed by Jim Hewlett.
Okay, my name is Jan Eyring, and I live in Highland. And I agree with some of those that have talked about needing more information, more detailed information about
where these cuts or where the money's needed. I was a teacher trainer and ESL teacher, English as a second language teacher for 50 years. And I am very familiar with the situation with the immigrants coming into Utah. And so this would be more of a question to me, if you have any more information about whether some of these new needs, for example, the need for more schools, teachers, technology, assessment, additional support, special education, whether this could be related to what I've heard of the 200 to 300,000 undocumented immigrants that have arrived by bus and plane because of the Biden administration the last 4 years. Many of these individuals have children in the schools. We've heard about it over in Harriman mostly, but I believe Provo and other cities also are feeling the effects. My research has shown that only 10% of those hundreds of thousands in Utah are true asylees that would be here legally. The rest are here, they're economic refugees or migrants, I would say, not even refugees, but migrants. And so I feel like the whole state and the educational aspect or a part of that, there's a lack of transparency to citizens. And I think we need to know, are any of these new costs associated with an illegal population that could possibly, with the next administration, be deported? So, you wouldn't want to be building all these schools and hiring the new teachers if they're not going to be here, in November. So I'd also like to know what cuts have you made already. I know that the cost of DEI administrators, diversity, equity, and inclusion administrators, are very, very costly. There's a lot of free breakfast going on for lots of people, and of course, if there are illegal immigrants in the schools, that would be a huge cost probably. I don't know how that fits in with your budget there. And I guess those are, my questions are more for transparency. When you say you need more assessment, is that ESL assessment? When you need more teachers, is that because there are more children in the classroom where you've got to build more schools and more teachers need to be hired? So it's more, kind of a question to be more transparent. And I'm a widow. I don't have any kids or grandkids in the Alpine School District, so like the other people that have spoken, I've got almost a $300,000 tax bill, and I'd like to know that that's being used well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Jim Hewlett, followed by Ryan Curley.
Can you repeat that name?
I signed the wrong sheet, but my name is Jim Hewlett, and be happy to speak based on what the impact has been to me to see the notice on the tax increase for the district. I live here in American Fork, formerly from Highland, and I've been here 50 years, and so I'm sure with many of these good people, I've defeased a lot of the general obligation bonds and seen a lot of the new capital requirement needs for the district. My children have been out of the system for a few decades now, and yet I believe, as we all believe, we're a better community if our children are educated and well educated. But if I could just back up to the 10,000-foot level, maybe what some of the other folks here are feeling, it's that we've got a major squeeze play going on with our economy, and we find that inflation is fighting the single families in many different levels. It doesn't exempt the school district and the school system from suffering the same inflation pressures as businesses or even the single families. But we've got to be a little more prudent. I know I've got to tighten my belt in my budget, my family budget, and I think the school district needs to be aware of that. I've heard several speakers tonight speak to that, especially those that are on fixed incomes. But I notice when we get a tax notice from the county, it's an increase, but it's a paper increase. I wish my property level could be the same and they just pay me the cash somehow for my increase, but that's not the way it works. And so we find taxes rising on wealth that's created on paper, basically. So I would urge the district to take a broad view of this with the demographics that are changing within the state of Utah that we see coming in from other states and really putting their needs on our districts and our cities and our school systems. We've got to be careful that the economies of scale that we've enjoyed in the past might be better off if we're fractured into smaller systems where maybe local leadership and local voices can shape the future of the education for their children. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Ryan Curley, followed by Betty Evans.
Board members, thank you for your time tonight, and thank you for the public. It's great to hear all of your comments. So I wanted to express some concerns I had and hope that you'll hear what I have to say. The first is that I had some concerns actually about the scheduling of this meeting tonight. I should have been with my daughters at our back to school night. And that's where I need to be as a parent, is at the high school with my kids and not here. The second is that per KSL, this is the 6th tax increase in 10 years that's being proposed. And so my question is, are we being efficient with our tax dollars? The third is that there's a lot of unknowns right now. We don't know what the makeup of the Alpine School District is going to be. Is this a bit premature to be asking for such a tax increase? And then on top of that, we have a water district proposed tax increase and a huge county tax increase. And I'm in that boat with people. I'm wondering, how am I going to pay my mortgage? How am I going to pay my bills? I know of people in my neighborhood that are really struggling with this. And please, think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay, Betty Evans, followed by Sean Berry.
Hi, my name's Becky Evans, and
I'm sorry,
no,
Becky.
that's okay. I'm a speech language pathologist that's worked in the schools, and a mother of 4 and a grandmother of 4, and I love our children. I do have a question for everyone to ask themselves: are schools becoming more important than our homes? I've seen firsthand that children that have their needs met at home perform much better in school. Families need their money to care and feed their families, to care for and feed their families. I'm concerned about the elderly who are making choices between their medication and their food. And I'm concerned that it's not just them, it's many people that are struggling financially. I'm concerned that things are very tight for many families. So people are having to cut back, and so is Alpine School District also cutting back? And is the construction of these new schools really necessary? If so, build basic schools. Why Taj Mahal? I would say we cut back our plans here, and I would encourage you to vote against this tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Sean Berry, followed by Michelle Sorensen.
Thank you again, as everyone has expressed. Thank you for the service that you render. But again, I have some feelings about it too, like most of the people who have spoken. My name is Sean Berry. I live in Pleasant Grove. The gentleman before me just mentioned that it's a 7% increase here. It's a 48% increase that Utah County is looking to assess my home more, which is another $95. Based on what that is, that's 48%. That's not inflationary. That's somebody can't figure out how to manage their doggone money. That's my opinion. I'd like to ask the board, those who are salaried employees, how many of you got a raise, if you will share that? Did you get a raise this year? Will you not share that? Did you not get a raise?
I'm sorry,
One said no.
I'm sorry, that's not appropriate for a public hearing like this.
It's
Our
public
job-
information.
Excuse me, our job is to listen, we
I
don't
know- Okay,
interrupt.
okay. So I'll take that as a no comment. It's all public information. But are you the Mr. Farnsworth that's making $250,000 a year? It's a yes or a no. It's easy to find out. Please just answer the question. Okay, $250,000 a year. And the one lady said the median income is $70,000. I could replace you with 4 people. Not that it should happen, but you've got to understand where we are coming from. We don't always, we're not this big apple you can keep taking bites out of and the apple's still there. Eventually you get to a core and it's done. Back in the 1970s, I got a minute left. Back in the 1970s, I'm from California originally. There was an act called Proposition 13. If you don't know about it, Google it. If you do know about it, it froze property taxes whenever you bought a house. So if you bought a house, wherever the value was, until that house sold, the property taxes, it was a very minimal amount that could be raised. Get ready for that in Utah, because it's going to show up. And if anybody's interested in that, talk to me afterwards. That's all I have to say. Vote no on this, and you need a pay cut.
Thank you. Michelle Sorensen, followed by Jared Bramwell.
Hi, my name is Michelle Sorensen. I'm a resident of Orem, and I'm here to express my support for this tax increase. Looking at the line items and the uses for the increase in funds, I appreciate that they are not extravagant expenses, and I especially appreciate the additional FTE and teachers that you are trying to fund to reduce class sizes. I'd like to echo some of the thoughts about our legislatures that are progressively cutting our public education funding, and ask that you, those that are thinking that this is all their fault, it's not, and we need to hold our legislation accountable for the decreases that they've given to public funding over the last few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Jared Bramwell, followed by Lane Ario. Thank you. Go ahead. Sorry.
Like everyone else, I appreciate your time and your service and all that you do, and I appreciate all the comments that have been made. There are a lot of people who have spent time researching and delving into things. My comments are relatively simple, and I don't want to repeat what others have said, but as I look at my property tax notice that I received, there's already a tax increase that's built into it. So to a certain degree, what we're talking about is an increase on an increase already. And I'm just looking at mine, it amounts to about a 10%, and there may be some math. I think another gentleman mentioned that there's, you get into math and the specifics, so it's a little bit tough, and I may be missing some things, but it looks like basically a 10% increase without doing anything. A 10% increase, we've talked about inflation, all of us feel it. 10% would be a substantial. I think everyone would say, hey, if I could get a 10% increase on my income, I would take it. With the requested tax increase, it goes up, we're talking about a 20% increase just going to Alpine School District. And so I don't feel like Alpine School District would be suffering from money or wouldn't be able to accomplish what it needs to do in educating children and building what needs to be done. There's costs that come off. As bonds are paid off, there's revenue that would stay the same, that would facilitate additional growth as needed. So I would vote against the tax increase. I believe comments have been made about, I have friends, some of my best friends are teachers and administrators. And I would just note that I feel like from an outside observer, the quality of life is extremely high as a teacher. I know it's a little bit of a, I think, political suicide to attack teachers or question pay, and I'm not doing that necessarily, but as I've observed, I feel like the quality of life of teachers is quite high. They have way more time off than most people, and so I'm not sure what the rumbling's about, but I'll leave it there. I would vote against the tax increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Lane, is it Arbo?
Lane Abbott.
Thank you.
So,
Followed by Jordan Mueller.
so I live in Highland, and I had 4 kids go through the school district, and they got a reasonably good education. I don't have any complaints with that. But there was a gentleman that talked about numbers games, and I think there's some truth in that. Sure, the percentage has gone down, but the real dollars have risen dramatically. In the last 3 years, the amount of my taxes have increased 60%, my property taxes. And of that 60%, 60% of that has gone to the Alpine School District. So from me, you guys have gotten an increase of $1,800 a year, real dollars, actual dollars, not percentages. So I think the real conversation is the actual dollars. You have gotten more. That's a fact. I can show it in my property valuations of each of the last 3 years. My taxes are now, as I said, 60% higher than they were 3 years ago, the majority to the Alpine School District. I also grew up in California in the 70s, so I know all about Prop 13. And I do believe that's coming here, and I believe it's justified. And I think that you need to take that into account. People are tired. They're tired of paying more and more and more. I think when you get into government, there's a feeling that the most important things that occur in life are the things that the government does. I would say it is not. They are important. There's plenty of important things the government does. That's why we have a government. But the most important things that happen in our homes. And our homes are being squozen. We have less. And it does hurt. And so I want you to take that into account. I believe that you can get by just fine without the percentage increase, because you did get a dollar increase, and I believe you all know that. You see the budgets. I know you've gotten more money, and I believe that you know you've gotten more money. So the percentage is really a misrepresentation in my opinion. But I do thank you. I think this is a great meeting. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And once again, think long and hard about raising taxes on us. Thank you.
Thank you, Lane. Jordan Mueller, followed by Larry, and I'm not sure, is it Batu? Jordan Mueller, followed by Larry, and it looks like Batu, but I probably have that wrong. If your name is Larry, you're up next after Jordan Mueller. Jordan? Larry? Larry from Pleasant Grove? Chris? Chris Korn, followed by John Johannesmal.
Okay, I'm going to try and get through 3 minutes. My name is Chris Karn. I've been a resident of Saratoga Springs for 20 years. As of tomorrow, I have 4 children attending 3 different schools within the Alpine School District: Springside, Lake Mountain, and Westlake, home of the greatest teachers and administrators in the district. I am currently serving my 2nd term as a member of the City Council in Saratoga Springs. However, tonight I'm addressing you not in my capacity as a council member, but as a concerned parent. My eldest daughter is entering 10th grade at Westlake, a facility originally designed to accommodate 1,752 students. With the additional portable classrooms, the school's maximum capacity has been increased to 2,246 students. Alpine's October 23 student count has 2,864 students currently enrolled at Westlake, which we all know that number's higher a year later. This figure exceeds the building's original capacity by 1,112 students. That means Westlake High School is currently operating beyond its intended capacity, equivalent to the total student population at other high schools in the district. This raises significant concerns about the fairness and equity of the education being provided to students in my area. I'm deeply troubled by the district's proposed 16.5% tax increase, particularly given the lack of commitment from a majority of the board that these funds will be allocated toward constructing a new high school in the West. With interlocal agreements now in place, I have heard that many ASD board members may delay any decisions regarding the new high school in the western part of the district until after November elections. I often hear board members emphasize that education is about the children. If that is truly the case, why delay the commitment to a new school that is urgently needed now, not in 5 to 7 years? As someone who is actively engaged in politics, I am reminded of the famous quote, "You will know it when you see it." The decision to wait until November smacks of political maneuvering. Over the past decade, ASD has raised my property taxes 43.5%, yet the capital needs of my children remain unmet. In closing, I'd like to read a portion of an email sent to me on April 29th by Board Member Wilson. I want you to know I am committed to funding a high school in your area with no conditions. Please do not pass this tax increase without a 100% firm commitment tonight to build a new high school in the West. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, John, help me out. Is it Johannes Maple?
Johannes Meyer, or if
Oh,
you want
Johannes Meyer.
or Johannes Meyer, if you want to do the German side of it.
Well, absolutely.
So I just want to give you a little insight into my high school. We heard a lot about Alpine School District. I want to tell you about my high school in Dunedin, Florida. We were packed, and our building was cinder blocks, and it was hot in the summer heat there, okay? But somehow we got by. In fact, we had split sessions, which you might not know what that is. But in split sessions, we had the juniors and seniors go from about 7 to 12, and then from 12:30 to 5, we had the freshmen and sophomore. The school did everything they could to provide a great education, and they did. We had a great school. There was community, there was everything there. And I brought my little metal lunch pail to school. I would have never thought in a million years to have the school provided for me, and not only my lunch, but my breakfast and maybe even a dinner. That's inconceivable in my mind. And at the time, it doesn't make sense. Schools back then taught reading, writing, and arithmetic, and we were good at it. Okay, very good at it. I think our generation, there's a lot of older people here, would say we're pretty doggone good at those things. And nowadays, it's not the same. When the school provides breakfast, lunch, and all these other things, and you're taking away the accountability and responsibility of parents, and you're taking those on. And I would just like to read a quote here from Thomas Jefferson. He says, "I predict the future happiness of Americans if they can prevent the government from wasting their labor of the people under the pretense of taking care of them." We don't need a school to do everything for our kids. We as parents have the responsibility and obligation, the God-given responsibility to do that. And when the state takes control of it, you're taking away our God-given right. And that's not fair at all. When the state or when the school district keeps taking more and more money to provide more and more to students, it's socialism. That's got to stop. We love our kids just as much as you love your kids. We want to take care of them. We can feed them. That's not a problem. That's our obligation. And we'll do that. Maybe it's peanut butter and jelly sandwiches with a snack pack in the bag like I had. But it worked. And I'm better for it now because of that. Because I have a little backbone and drive in myself that I think nowadays it's hard to find in a lot of our youth. Please don't pass this tax. It's not going to help our students become the people they need to become.
Thank you, John. Alex Day, followed by John Gadd. Alex Day, followed by John Gadd.
Hi there. So my name is Alex Day. I stand here today in strong support of this tax increase. I'm a homeowner in American Fork. I've lived there for about just over 2 years now. I'm a current candidate for state legislature. I think there's a lot to be done there. I've lived in the Alpine School District my entire life. I've gone through the schools. All of my public education was through the Alpine School District, and it was a phenomenal experience. I love education, and I know that a strong education sets up our youth for success later in their lives. But to obtain that strong education and future success, I recognize that our school district needs better funding. We need increased funding. I also want to acknowledge, as some have stated, we would not have to consider this increase if our legislature allocated proper funds for public education. There is a severe failing on the part of the legislature. The decision to cut income taxes for the wealthiest Utahns now puts us in a position where lower and middle class households and families might have to shoulder a higher tax burden. It's unfair, it's not right, but that's where we are. I know there's a lot of economic hurt right now, and no one should have to choose between putting food on the table and paying something like a property tax. It's not a great choice to have to make, right? And it's clear that the legislature needs to do more to help Utahns who are in a lot of need. That said, the needs of our district still exist. We talked about how class sizes are far too large. Teachers that are in the trenches right now deserve better compensation. They deserve competitive pay, and they're not getting it. And schools need to be built, right? I think that's pretty clear. Our teachers and children in our school district should not have to suffer because of something like the legislature's short-sightedness. We're talking about classes that are over 30 kids. Like, how can we say there's not a need there? It's very clear to me that there is a need. I recognize that having an additional tax here is going to impact some families' finances probably more than my own. But I don't know that there's a more worthy cause than ensuring a quality education for our youth, right? Ensuring a quality education for tomorrow's leaders. So I would like to reiterate, I'm in strong support of this tax increase. It's not an ideal situation, but with the cards we've been dealt right now, it needs to happen. We need better funding for public education. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. John Gadd.
Good evening. My name is John Gadd. I bought my home in Pleasant Grove 24 years ago, which means I've been paying Alpine School Board taxes for, this will be my 25th time. I hold in my hand a chart. I went through the school board meeting minutes, and in the last 6 years, this school board has voted unanimously, all but 2 of the times, to raise our taxes. 10 times in 6 years. Tonight will be number 11. 5 of those times were bonds, 5 of those times were tax rate increases. And that's not just keeping up with inflation. I checked. I compared it to inflation. It's faster than inflation. So this is a habit. This is a problem that you, as a school board, have. You say you need more money for education, but here's the problem. You don't need more money. You're wasting tons of money. If you took all the money you were wasting and just spent that on the things that are most important, teaching the children, you'd have plenty of money. Here's where you're wasting money. You're building schools that are way too fancy. You're building schools that are Taj Mahals or Crystal Palaces. I went through K through 12 education in one-story schools, and I got a great education because school buildings don't educate students, great teachers do. And the fact of the matter is, you're building schools that are way too fancy. Students do not need to walk through a 3 or 4 story glass atrium or a 3 or 4 story glass entryway to get a good education. You're building these extravagant school buildings because I think it's a pride thing. I think you like to put your name on the building, or you like to point at it and say, look what I built. But that doesn't help student outcomes. That doesn't help students get a better education. The other way you're wasting money is through massive layers of bureaucracy. Everybody can look this up. Go to Transparent Utah website and search to see how much the governor is compensated. Look at his pay and his benefits. The governor, who administers the whole state of Utah. And then go to Alpine School District and look at their top pay. Look at pay and benefits. There are 55 administrators in Alpine School District, including 2 of you sitting here on the podium tonight, who make more than the governor of the state of Utah. How is it possible that he's able to administer the entire state of Utah, and yet 55 of the people who administer little pieces of Alpine School District make more than him in total compensation? It's just ridiculous. The other big problem you have is you all voted to raise you doubled your own pay, the school board, I'm talking to the 7 of you. In 2021, you all voted to raise your own pay, you doubled it. And it's not just your pay, again, it's pay and benefits. The benefits that some of you receive is up in the $40,000 range per year for the 17 or 24 meetings that you come to. So you're wasting too much money, you're stealing the American dream from people in Alpine School District. They're not able to get married and work hard and have kids and have a home because the taxes that you are imposing on us are too high of a burden. Please vote against this tax increase.
Ken Hone, and then Steve Stringham. Ken Hone, and then Steve Stringham.
I'm a product of Alpine School District. I moved here in '79. I started school at Northridge. And even when Northridge was built in 1980, there still wasn't enough room, but we made do. I was educated in a trailer 3 of those years at Northridge. And I turned out okay. I run my own company today. I'm very successful. What I'd like to bring up is I've heard a need that we need new elementary schools. The current elementary school costs $35 million. Student population is 420 to 650 in a elementary school. My question is, when a high school's built and it has enrollment of 1,400 to 2,200 students, why does a high school cost $215 million? Maybe it's time we take a haircut. Maybe it's time we build utilitarian buildings for our students to go to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Steve Stringham, followed by Jared Gray.
Hi, I'm Steve Stringham, 4 kids, live in Lehigh. I also volunteer as a high school mountain bike coach of over 100 kids. So I'm very involved in the community. It's all for free, it's all volunteer. I felt a little bit during the presentation like my kids when they come to me and they say, look at all the stuff I want. And I had yet to see any cuts that were listed in the budget at all. And if you say, hey, we can't really cut, then you probably never run a household, because when times get tight, the things you didn't think you could cut, you cut. And I'm sure there's some administrative, operational costs. Teachers obviously need to be left alone in that. But people are hurting right now, and I'd love to see some cuts. Another point is 5 tax increases in 6 years. That's unprecedented, never happened before. Not sure why that's happening, unless there's some bad budgeting and mismanagement within the district. The other thing is we are increasing income. I live in Lehigh. That place is booming, and every building that gets built is new income. And so we are getting a lot of new income coming into the district. So let's use what we have coming in. We don't need to keep increasing that. One other thing is timing of this is really quite poor. We're right on the cusp of a really big decision about a district split that may or may not happen, and yet we're talking about putting money, and we don't know really what the needs are if that split actually does happen. And if it doesn't happen, then this is something that can be revisited. But we're trying to make a decision in front of a equally important decision about the split of the decision. Bottom line is you were elected to represent the people to the district, and hopefully not the district to the people. So hopefully you can feel that there are some needs here to really represent the needs of the people. That it's an economic downturn. There's an incredible amount of money being spent, over $1 billion a year within this district. I calculate if there's only 25 students per classroom, each teacher is essentially generating $300,000 a year. And if they're only getting paid, benefits and everything less than 100, where's that other 200,000 going to? big, big cost for administration and operation. And I'd love to see where that's actually going to, because I'm sure we can get out the paring knife and do something there. Thank you.
Okay, Jared Gray, followed by Laura Webb.
Thank you. I first want to express my appreciation to the board. Also as an elected official in my second term, like Mr. Karn, it's not easy to sit here and listen to these kind of meetings, and I appreciate you guys' willingness to endure this and hopefully make the best decisions, as you know what those are, to represent us. So I'm not going to speak whether I'm in favor or against the increase. I want you guys to be able to have the ability to know we trust you and want you to do the best that you can and to take care of our kids. I will reserve the right to make some of my comments in the next meeting because I think they might be more appropriate, but I do want to address a couple of things here. First of all, some of the tax increases we know is because of a failed bond. The bond should have been taken, the previous schedule would have had a bond in 2020. With COVID, that didn't happen. With 2022, a failed bond, we know where we're at there. 2023 should have had a bond, didn't happen. Now we're in 2024 and we're still not talking about a bond. So I want to know, how are we going to get the needs of our school met if we don't do it in some way? So that's my first question, is how are we going to meet the needs of these students? The other, some of the other notes I want to make is what are our current plans, of course, been addressed to build schools in the West. Right now, especially with the gentleman that spoke just before, maybe in your area, the student numbers are around 400 to 600. The area I come from, they're between 1,000 and 1,200 in the elementary schools. And the high school, I wish we were at 1,200 to 1,500. It's 3,000 to 3,400. And that's over capacity, as Mr. Karn said, by over 1,000 students. That's unsafe. We don't have the capacity for lunchrooms. We don't have capacity in our auditoriums. We do not have the capacity to educate our students correctly. I do have commitments out of 5 of the 7 board members that have said they support a high school. I want to know when that's going to happen. I did hear you say that there's a commitment for $20 million, but they have not closed on the property. Misconception, most people think that we own property in Saratoga for high school. That's not true. We have a contract for property. So I want to know when that's actually going to happen, whether it's after the election or before. We're now already too late to start a school for the 27-28 school year. So that's a concern of mine. I've been bringing it up for months. Right now, we're putting it off again until November and possibly until January. That's a big concern of mine because I don't think that we'll be able to open until the 2028 year at that point. How many students are we going to have in our high schools by then? 3,500 each school? That's not appropriate, and that's not a good way to educate our students. So lastly, I wanted to ask, in your presentation, you mentioned between 40 and 45 new FTEs, and I believe 14 new assistant principals. I'd like to know throughout the district where those people are being assigned, and if they're being assigned appropriately to take care of all the needs of all the students. Again, thank you for your service, and I'll talk to you more about that in the next meeting.
Thank you, Jared. Laura Webb.
Hi, my name is Laura Webb. I'm from Orem. I've owned my home for 31 years. All 8 of my children have gone through the Alpine School District, and now all of my grandchildren are going through the Alpine School District. No one believes in, I love the Alpine School District. I think it's a good district. I taught for 25 years. I just retired from the Alpine School District 3 years ago, and no one believes in education more than I do. But there's waste in every department. I know that now the economy has turned down. We have had to cut back in our households, all of our households. I know everyone's feeling it. Every time I walk into the grocery store, I just want to turn around and walk out. And we've had to tighten our belts. It's time for the Alpine School District to tighten. There's places that we can tighten everywhere. This is not the year to raise taxes, not with this economy turned down. We're tightening. You need to tighten. I vote no on every bond, not because I don't believe in education or the Alpine School District, but because I don't believe that a good use of taxpayer money is to be paying for interests and loans. I think that if you want to buy something, that you should have the money to pay for it. And I know that we can fix our finances and get back to where we need to be without always continually getting more loans and more interests that the taxpayers have to pay for if we would just tighten up. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, that comes to the end of our sign-up sheet. So that being the case, I will now entertain a motion to set the fiscal year 24-25 final tax rate for Alpine School District at 0.006115 as proposed. Do I hear a motion?
I move that we set the final Alpine School District total tax rate at 0.006115 for fiscal year 2024-2025.
Do I have a second? Okay, it's been moved by Julie and seconded by Ada. Is there any discussion? Board members, now is your chance to weigh in.
Sure, I appreciate all the comments. I guess it's been inspiring to me to see all of the eloquent and great analysis that people have done. I have thought deeply about these, as well as all the emails that I've answered and thought about. I do acknowledge, though, that there is a need for moving forward with this funding, and so I'm going to be in support of this motion.
Other comments?
Yeah, I'd just like to say something. Meetings like...
It's your turn to listen now. We have listened. Now it's your turn. So go ahead.
80% of the people say no, and you ignore us every time.
Excuse me. It's our turn to speak. We have listened carefully. We have all taken notes. We have all taken notes. So the floor goes now to Joylyn.
These meetings are really difficult meetings to be at, both to speak at and to sit and to listen at. And I appreciate those that have taken the time to advocate. I too go to a grocery store on a regular basis. I too feel the inflation. One gentleman asked if I received a raise this year. I did not. In my profession, there was no raise. And I've heard many comments about the growth in this district. And when we look at statistics, it tells one story, but there's another story that needs to be told. The statistics and the numbers, when you look at a chart, says Alpine School District grew 75 students between October 2022 and October 2023. And it's anticipated will grow approximately 75 students between October 2023 and October 2024. However, where my kids go to school, in a community that I've lived in since 1999, this school grew over 250 students. My daughter, and I took a picture so that anybody could verify, of a seating chart when I went to back to school night last night of her biology class. Biology is a tested core subject. There are 40 students on the seating chart. And I wish I could say that that's her smallest class, but I'm pretty sure her math class is a little higher based on the number of students that were in her math class at the close of last year that will be flowing to her class next year. So while the numbers say we're not growing, the population is shifted. And as the population shifts, the need for schools also shifts. Now, as a district, we've done some things to change how we do things. And I think this is really important to hear. Schools in Orem were not built for 1,000 students. But every time we build an elementary school in the west, in Saratoga Springs and Eagle Mountain, we anticipate that it will house at least 1,000 students. And some of those students our schools are reaching 1,200 students this year. These classes are packed. As we look at student numbers across the district, they're high. They're higher than when we look at Northridge, which was a growing school, or Windsor or Bonneville, which is where I taught in the 90s, when those classes were, when those schools were big. I went and did some counting, and I had to count because all I could find were pictures of the classes. And I know what my class size was. It was 24 first graders in 1996 in a growing school. Those class sizes are not what I heard today or yesterday or Friday was when I was in the schools that I teach. So I understand the needs and I understand how extremely difficult this is. And you better believe I'm going to be talking to my representatives who gave us an income tax cut and are now asking us to pass on, because we didn't get that funding in income tax, to pass it on in property tax, which is a regressive tax, and it hurts those on a fixed income the most. You better bet I'm going to be advocating very loudly on the Hill this year, because it's not sustainable for for the generation that has paid their dues and bought their houses to have to sell them so they can pay taxes. That's not right. So I hear what you're saying, and I live what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying. And then when I look at the flip side of it, and I look at our schools, and if any of you would like accountability on the budget, there was a 200-page document that I spent June reading that goes very detailed into our budget. And it's on our website. You're welcome to it. If you want a hard copy of it, you can hit me up afterwards. I will pay to print it so that you can read it and highlight it if you like the old school method. But it's a hard place to be. It's a hard place in these meetings. The needs are real on every side. So please, as you go away from this meeting, and I don't know how my fellow board members are going to vote, but don't go away saying, I wasn't heard. I heard. I just had to take a different perspective, and I had to look at the issue with the lens of 38 kids in a science class, 40 kids in a science class. And it's important that we continue to educate our population going forward, because otherwise, as a country, we're doomed. So as I sit here and I've listened, and I've heard your perspectives, I hope that you also hear our perspective of a growing district with growing needs, and additional students that we do have to build a building for. We didn't decide to have elementary schools cost $35 million. That was not anything anybody at this table decided. That's based on the economy that we live in. That's the reality that we have. If I could build a cheaper elementary school, I would. I would do that every day of the week, but I have to have a building for the students to be in, and the building has to be adequate that the students can move around in the building. And I'm afraid I'm rambling, but I want you to know that we are listening. We're just also balancing the need of 84,000 students who we've been entrusted to educate.
Other comments?
I appreciate that. Thanks, Joylyn. I appreciate everyone coming tonight. I love the idea that we have truth in taxation. I think it's a wonderful thing for us to be able to come and face you. I think it's important. It's local. And to remember that we are you. We're not voting for something that we're going to feel ourselves. My husband's a school teacher and has been for 28 years. I'm very careful of looking at these websites that say how much administrators and teachers make, because I wish we made that much in my family, but it's not accurate online, and I don't know why. I could show you our paycheck and what it looks like, but it doesn't look like what it says he makes online. One of the things that I think, and Joylyn hit a lot on that, is we're feeling the inflationary pinches as well as school boards, and trying to figure out what that means and how we can stretch the dollar even here. I belong to an organization called COB, Conservatives on Board. I sit with board members across the state in small districts, and I'm astounded. They are paying the same prices we are with new schools. It is just inflationary, and it's crazy. We understand and recognize that we have needs out west that we need to address. And as I went through and asked a lot of questions of our business administrator and asked exactly how much this would cost for taxpayers, and learning and studying that it would be about $2.25 a week to be able to make this increase and help out in places that we needed to make adjustments and help educate students. We are in a pinch. Joylyn did bring up a good point, and I hope you understand that listening and hearing, I mean, we do listen, but we do hear. We heard, and the hard part about this is that sometimes people that are elected officials get voted in and they get accused of not listening. And I think what that means for some people is you don't agree with the way what I think, and therefore you're not listening. It's not that. It's trying to be able to balance two difficult things. And so I hope you can appreciate that. And who knows, you may not be happy with my vote tonight, and you can vote me out. That's America, and that's what's so great about democracy, is that we have that ability. And see and look, because I remember when I got on this board 6 years ago, and I remember people saying to me, I hope you go in and see what you can do to make sure that the dollars stretch more and that they're not wasting money. I was astounded to come in and find that out of a district with 85,000 students and just a little over, and 9,000 employees and just a little over 300 administrators, it's not top heavy. The board members, I think it was a gentleman from Pleasant Grove who brought up how much we were paid. It's less than $1,000 a month, and there's a lot of work that goes with this job. And part of the reason, and I'll tell you why we had voted to increase the salary, is because we have people in our community who would love to serve on the Board of Education and have a voice. And some of these people are wonderful people, but don't have the time because they have full-time jobs. And it has to be an incentive a little bit for people to come and serve here. We need everybody's voice, especially those that are running single households and families. I appreciate you being here tonight, and I know that some of you are disappointed, but we are trying. For $2.25 to be able to help do what we need to do to make sure that we're providing the right education for our students that we all love, your students, your children, my children, our grandchildren. It's something that I think is important to look at and to be able to say, is that worth that $2.25 to help something that we can do to make it a little easier and provide those tools and supports in our classrooms?
So like my colleagues have said, we are all feeling this. If I only work 40 hours a week, I don't quite make $6 an hour. I paid $75 in babysitting today to do my job here. So for my family, it comes at a personal cost for me to do this job. It's also really hard to continually hear teachers be attacked, for our administrators to be attacked. In terms of cutting, our principals are looking at things all year round. Business services is looking at things all year round. I know you don't all see the budget process. I wish you would come out when we do go through that. The number of requests far exceeds the money we have, and there are things that legitimately need to be funded that we don't have the money to do. We spent the last few days talking to teachers and faculties, thanking them for their work, getting excited for the year. And all I can think is I hope that nobody is listening tonight, because they worked too hard for our kids for some of the comments that were said. With the amount of reevaluation and constant review, I stand behind what Business Services does and what they are trying to do to keep us floating moving forward. One thing that I think is important to consider is that no matter what happens at the ballot in November, we still have kids to educate, and we still have employees that we need to pay. So maybe we split and maybe we don't. But part of our challenge here is that we put some things off, first with COVID, and then with the failed bond, and we can't wait any longer. So for those who have asked to pause until that decision is made, I very much heard what you said, but I also know that we can't stop making these decisions because our work has to go forward. Another thing I wanted to bring up in terms of the Taj Mahals, I don't think we build Taj Mahals. I think we build schools that house kids. We build our schools to last 50 years. Charter schools build them much more cheaply, and they have repairs in the first year. I have a friend that taught at a school in the city that I represent, and first year they were making repairs. So part of this is trying to build schools that will last and sustain the kids that need to be educated in them. Another thing I want to share is that our health insurance went up $15 million this year, and that is a significant amount, and it was something that we needed to take care of. These are things that we don't ask for. These are things that happen, and we take care of them because we take care of our employees. And then for those who are frustrated with this night, the scheduling, I do believe that changing that for next year in the next meeting. Oh, and then one other thought, for the comment that the annual comprehensive report was too detailed. We have the popular annual financial report. It's about a 20-page document, and that's a little bit, well, it's more condensed, and you can look through that too. I think one of the hardest things here is that we all talk to people, our patrons across the district, and not everybody is represented in this room. I heard from over 50 people who said, I won't come to Truth and Taxation because I don't want to be yelled at. I'm afraid to go be in that room. And I respect that because I don't want anyone, we signed up for the job, other residents have not. So we're balancing people who call on the phone, people who send emails, people who stop you in the grocery store, the gas station. There's a lot of people that support this, not because they have the money or they aren't feeling the pinch, because they understand that a well-educated society is better for all of us. So I will support this because I believe in supporting our students and our teachers and our administrators. When you look at the number of people that our superintendent and senior leadership team manage, we have nearly 9,000 employees. He's not paid adequately for that job, and I really wish we could stop the narrative that people in public education should be martyrs. I support this. I support the capital going to the new high school, and I'm supporting this in good faith that my colleagues will also do what they said they do.
I'll go ahead. I have a lot of notes here, but I think the thing I want to say most of all is thank you for those of you who set aside time to be with us tonight. We appreciate hearing from you. It is a good reminder for us to hear that our decisions do impact your budget. I think sometimes we might forget that, but thank you for the reminder that we need to be aware of the opportunities that we have to cut costs and to be frugal. I think we needed to hear that, so thank you. I do want to make it clear, just in case somebody missed the memo, that we're talking about a 7% increase and not a 16.52 increase that's noted on your tax notice. I know it's confusing. We wish every year that we could fix this problem because it doesn't tell the whole story about all of our taxing capacities. That's while some taxes may be going up, other levies are going down. So I apologize. You know, it's something that's beyond our control right now, but I apologize for that confusion because it happens consistently. I also want to make it clear that it's not just $2.25. It's about $9 per month is what this 7% represents. When you multiply that times 4, it's $9 per month. And I know that that's significant for some of you. I do want to point out that there has been a law passed that requires us to transparently say exactly what the tax increase is paying for. We have been proactive, and that law goes into effect next year. We have been proactive this year in spelling it out for you in the document, exactly what we have planned, what we would like to accomplish. Our board goals have been to reduce class size, to retain teachers by treating them well, and to engage the public better. So I feel like we're working on these goals as we strive to make teaching a living wage, something that you can raise a family on. We've made a considerable effort to do that. I do want to point out that the last, I say slide, but the last frame points out that Alpine School District, compared to our neighbors, we are taxing at a lower rate than all of them. So what we do tonight, we do reluctantly, but I want you to know that we have a conservative board, and we try to keep things conservative and manageable for our public. We don't want to be a burden to the public. But we do know that we do have needs. Some of these are new needs. I know that it was referenced that we have multi-language learners. We don't ask them where they came from. We don't ask them, we're not allowed to. We just serve children that show up with needs. And that's the truth. We're not allowed to ask why or how. They just are in our schools and we love them. And I live in one of those highly impacted communities. I live in Orem, where the most impacted school in our school district is in Orem. And we have quit talking about disadvantaged children. These are advantaged children. And we want, as educators, to be just an additional advantage to them. But I do want you to know that they do require additional resources, as you know. I asked a third grade teacher, what is it that we have to invest in a student that comes knowing no English? I said, is it 2 years of one-on-one? And she said, no, it's 5 years. 5 years that they need one-on-one, one-on-two, one-on-three. They need close and intense services. That's what we're up against. I do want you to know also that many of our schools are knocking it out of the park when it comes to student achievement and advancement. Double-digit advancements in the last 2 years. And maybe the superintendent can speak more to this, but my schools are doing amazing things, particularly in the kindergartens, the first grades. They are serving those kids and raising the level of education that they're receiving. This Alpine School District as a whole, we have, a lot of districts had learning gaps with the pandemic year. We had a little bit of a learning gap too, but not as much as the rest of the country, not as much as the rest of the state. We did well through that challenge. I do want to acknowledge, as my colleague Joy Lynn has stated, there is uneven growth across the school district. Where in the West, they're growing like cats and dogs. We're not growing so much on the other side of the district, but that doesn't mean that we don't have needs. Consolidation and rebuilding of our old schools requires resources. I feel sorry and sad every day when I remember that the bond failed in 2022. It only failed by less than 3,000 votes. If only 3,000 people had flipped their vote, that bond would have passed. And I know why it failed. There was a lot of confusion in 2022. So I just think that we owe it to our kids to invest. We are setting ourselves up to fund the high school. We're putting the increments in place so that they will be there when we get the rest of the funding lined up. The nature of tax increments they're kind of good and bad. They're kind of flexible because we can move it around a little bit to meet our needs, whether they be capital or operations. But it's very rarely that you'll hear a taxing entity lower your taxes, right? On the other hand, if you pass a bond, the bond matures and goes away. So I hope that as a school district, we're talking about this split question, and we can't be talking about passing a bond at the same time we're talking about splitting. So we need to settle this issue about what we're going to do. And I can assure you that whether we split one way, two way, three way, sorry, that doesn't make sense. Whether we split two way or three way, it will not be cheaper. It will not. I hope that we can come together and address our needs together. And I would like to get back on a bonding cycle that goes away, and even the cost of paying cash has a cost, because the time it takes to build up a building fund enough to pay for a high school, we've lost money in inflation. So we as a board are balancing all this. And yet, is it a numbers game? Yes, it is. And I am so grateful for Jason Sundberg, because he has explained this process better than anybody I've ever heard. And I told him today, every time I listen to him, I'm learning something new. And I've been on this board for 6 years. So it's complex, and it feels like a numbers game, but he understands this. So anyway, I am voting in support of this tax increase with an understanding that it does impact your budget, and that I need to keep that in mind as a board member. Thank you.
I just want to thank you all for being here today, especially fighting, I don't know what that was, hurricane something. Appreciate all of you being here tonight. It's never easy as an elected official knowing that you potentially are going to make a decision that impacts a family in a negative way. And for those of you who have expressed that, I do want to extend my apologies for that. The reality is we are dealing with some significant situations. I have a school tomorrow. It has their 7th grader day, where they welcome new 7th graders in, and we're expecting 960 children to walk in the door. That's one grade level at one school. The needs in my area are overwhelming. That we're going to have 6,300 students between 2 high schools, 60 classrooms in satellites and portables. It is a significant ask for our administrators, for our teachers, and for our children. We desperately need this high school in Saratoga. And the reality is, yes, we have growth, and we have needs that are ever increasing. When you look at the growth patterns that are happening, we have 5,000 people moving in every year to Lehigh. We have another 6,000 moving in every year to Saratoga and Eagle Mountain, and a lot of those are children. We need to work on our class sizes, because we are asking teachers to do too much. And we need to do a better job of extending supports to our special education department. So I know this is not the answer that many of you came looking for tonight, and for that I do apologize. At the same time, we have to balance that with the significant needs that are occurring in our communities. Thank you.
Okay, before we take a vote, I'd just like to add my voice to the discussion. There has been a lot of concern expressed tonight about transparency, about inflated building, about tightening your belt. There are a couple of things that, a couple of places you can go for more information. One is every single check that is written by this district is put online in board documents, and you can see those. You can see where every penny has been spent every single month. So if you have any questions, you can see how much we're paying to such and such city for utilities. You can see everything. There is nothing hidden. So if you would like to see exactly how that money is spent, we have maybe 80 or 100, sometimes 120 pages of board documents every meeting. And all the checks are listed. You can see exactly where the money is going. And so that might be helpful to some of you if you'd like to do that. Another place you can look for more information is every year the Utah Taxpayers Association does a report where they compare all 40 school districts in a number of areas. So busing costs and the amount that goes directly to the classroom and teacher salary and administrative costs. And if you look at that report over the last 4 or 5 years, Alpine is one of the lowest in the state in terms of administrative costs per student. We are lean. I don't know where the rumor comes from that we're not. We are lean. You look at those reports, and those are third-party reports. We're not making this stuff up. It's not coming from Alpine. Our administrator is the lowest paid across the Wasatch Front. So I think there's information out there that would be helpful to you as you look at this. The other kinds of things that we see as a board that you don't get a chance to see is we are on committees. We're on, we have 6 or 7, how many committees? 8 committees, 7 committees, and we're each on 3 of them. So there's 3 board members on each of those committees. So like budget and legislative and teaching and learning and policy and capital improvement. Well, one of those committees meets, the budget committee meets, we all meet every month, but every year, every department gives a needs request for capital money. This is roofs, this is heating and cooling, this is asphalt, this is repairs for schools. And this year we funded less than half of the requests because we did not have the money. And so some of those requests are on the presentation you saw. You can't put off building a roof forever. And I remember very clearly several years ago being in a meeting where the gentleman who was in charge of the physical facilities said, it is cheaper to replace a roof before it fails than to let it fail and then have all of those costs that accrue to that. And you know that with your own homes. So our intent here is to get caught up. We have had years and years of insufficient funding for a variety of reasons, and we're behind. And we have got to maintain our schools. We've got to make sure they have roofs and heating and cooling systems. If your kids come home and say, boy, my classroom was hot, well, we need to fix that. And it's not free. So we see things that you don't have a chance to see, but we'll be glad to share those with you that are urgent. We cannot put off forever not replacing those things and not fixing those things. It's not fair to the students. It's not fair to the future generations to not take care of our students in our schools. The other thing that strikes me is we take everybody. It does not matter where they come from. It does not matter what language they speak or don't speak. It doesn't matter what difficulties they bring with them. We love them all, and we invite them all. Our doors are open to all children. We don't care where they come from or who they are or what they need. Our job is to take care of those needs and to meet them at the door where they are with a smile. And so we are doing the very best we can. We love your kids. We love our communities, and we are aware that there are needs that differ across the community. The needs of one community are different from another, and we work together. All of us represent all of the children in Alpine, and we're doing the very best we can to make sure that all children have a good opportunity. And we want them to go home smiling every day. We want them to go home happy. We want them to have a good experience, and we want them to go home telling you what they learned in school. So with that in mind, I think it's time to call for a vote, and I think we will call for a roll call vote. The question that has been stated is, the motion was to entertain a motion to set the fiscal year 24-25 final tax rate for Alpine School District at 0.006115. So with a roll call vote, we'll start with Board Member Wilson. Just come right across the board.
Before I cast my vote, I do want to acknowledge a great leader who is Superintendent Shane Farnsworth. He has challenged this school district this year to bring their best self to schools. He has challenged us to be excellent personally and as educators, and he has built a great vision for this school district, and I just want to thank him. I vote in favor. Thank you.
Board Member Lincoln, aye.
Board Member Mark Clement, aye.
Board Member King, aye.
Board Member Hacken, aye.
Board Member Beeson, aye.
Board Member Bateman, aye.
The motion carries. It passes as proposed. Thank you. With that in mind, this hearing is now officially over. Our regular board meeting will start in 10 minutes at 8:30. And if you would like to make comments in our regular board meeting, I think the sign-up sheet will be out by the door. Thank you for coming, and thank you for caring about Alpine. Alrighty. All right, let's begin. Okay, we invite you to take your seats and to board members come on back up and we'll get going. Okay, thank you for coming tonight, or thank you for staying, as the case may be. We're going to begin tonight with the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Scott Sumner.
The audience, please rise. Repeat the pledge after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our inspirational thought or reflection will be given by Boyce Campbell.
Hello, good evening. I have 4 children that are all starting school this week. My oldest is starting 8th grade, and my youngest is starting kindergarten. We've done all of our normal back-to-school traditions with shopping and one-on-one activities with our kids, so we're really excited and having all the feels in our home right now. Today, we attended back-to-school nights, and I had so much fun watching the energy there in the school buildings. And as we drove over to the schools, I asked each of my kids, I said, I want you to tell me one thing you're nervous about and one thing you're excited about with school starting. So we went through each of them, and then when we got to my kindergartner, he really thoughtfully said, I'm most nervous about making new friends, but I'm most excited to meet my new teacher because I think she's gonna love me. He's a pretty confident little guy. And as I talked to my children's teachers today, I could see they were tired, but they were so excited to meet their students because that is the payoff. One of them said to me, as kids and parents buzzed around her classroom, look around at the energy in my classroom. That makes all the work worth it. I can't wait for school to start. It's all about the kids. Happy first week of school.
Thank you, boys. All right. Now we're going to go to public comments. And as I think probably all of you know, a sign-up sheet was available. I have it now with the list of people who have signed up. And this is your opportunity to express concerns to the board. Would you please begin by stating your name? You will have 3 minutes to speak. And we would urge you to, if you have concerns, let us know. If a staff member can help you, we can direct you with that. Also, there are a number of people who've made online comments, and we appreciate their comments, and we want them to know that we do read those comments, and we appreciate the time they take to share those with us. So let's start off with John Gadd. John knows all about the time limit. He's been here before. Alrighty, what you got?
Good evening. My name is John Gadd. I bought my house in Pleasant Grove 24 years ago. I have 2 concerns, and the first one is, well, they both relate to overspending by the school board. I brought up in the last meeting that the school board voted themselves a pay raise 3 years ago. You doubled your base pay. And I also brought up that you've also increased your benefits. There was a comment by one of the school board members that, well, we did that because we want other people to be incentivized to come and run for the school board. Well, that's nonsense, because if that was true, you would have made the pay increase only come into effect once new school boards are elected. But you didn't do that. You made it come into effect immediately for all of you all. So you all got a pay increase. You could have said, let's wait till the next election, or let's make it effective, once each seat is filled. But you didn't do that. So the reason that you've given repeatedly for doubling your own pay, that you want other people in the future to get that pay, is nonsense, because you would have waited to do the pay increase, have it be effective in the future. The second thing I'm concerned about is you talked about in your study session that you're still moving forward with this high school and you're still looking at a price tag of $175 million for a single building, one of the most expensive high schools in the history of the state of Utah. And I've brought up repeatedly that you're building buildings that look like crystal palaces. You're building buildings that look like the Taj Mahal. They have 3-story glass entryways. They have 3 or 4-story atriums. You do not need these massive crystal palace buildings. There are cheaper ways to build school buildings. Using tilt-up construction, which some other school districts in the state have utilized, there's massive cost savings on the building of school buildings. And I don't know where you're getting your advice or who you're talking to or who your friends are in the construction industry, but you're building buildings that are way too expensive. And the reason that matters is because you're raising our property taxes to do it, and who does that hurt? It hurts the very children that you care about, that you're trying to educate, because their moms and dads can't afford your property tax increases. And you're hurting the teachers that you care about, because those teachers can't afford to buy homes. You're stealing the American dream. The American dream is you get married and you have kids and you buy a house. And if you work hard, you can afford to have a house. But increasingly, more and more people can't afford that here in Alpine School District. And you're partly to blame because you're wasting money. And when you waste money and raise our taxes to pay for that wasted money, it's stealing the American dream from moms and dads and teachers and seniors and everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next will be Amber Harrison, followed by Nikki Brammer. Excuse me, Amber Hansen, followed by Nikki Brammer.
Thank you. I want to thank you guys for the jobs that you do. Contrary to what a lot of the people have expressed today, I don't agree that Mr. Farnsbush should be paid less. I don't know that there's another person in the world that would want to represent 84,000 students for it less. I also don't think teachers are living lavish lives. As an educator of 15 years in Alpine School District, the days that I had off were non-contract days. And so I recognize that maybe what the public can see isn't what actually is happening behind your computers. And I thank you for the difficult jobs that you do that goes unnoticed and with a lack of gratitude oftentimes. So thank you. Like I said, I am here as a 15-year veteran educator and as a patron of Saratoga Springs. In listening to the audio from the most recent work session, it appeared to me that there are probably more board members who are in favor of a high school in Saratoga Springs than before. And to you who are supporting a school, I say thank you. In listening to that audio, the concern was also expressed that there is a narrative out west that we believe that the school district is not working for us. As an educator and a patron, that has not been my experience. However, you can understand why patrons have felt this way as the discussion about high school was canceled on March 16th with no communication as to when we could discuss the schools and the buildings that our students so desperately need. The schools that we currently have can't possibly meet the demands that our students have. We, the patrons of the West, are happy to be team players in this district, but we have to be on the team. We cannot be silenced and we cannot be sidelined. Nipping that narrative that the school board does not care about the West starts right here. You have asked us to buy into the ideal that we are stronger together, and it's time to walk your talk. Do what you promised to do when you were sworn onto the board. Ask yourself the question, what is best for all students in Alpine School District before making any decision? And remember the importance of equity in education across the district. Those are two of the things that you promised to do for us as your patrons and for your students. You have the control to nip the narrative. Commit to funding a high school, the high school that we so desperately need, and communicate the plan and the timeline to the patrons. Please do what you've asked all of us to believe in and lead the charge. Let's be stronger together. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. Nikki, followed by Christy Esperson.
Hi there. How's it going? Hopefully this is an easier meeting than the last one. I just wanted to talk about a couple programs that I'm concerned about. I am happy to send things to Sarah, send emails, but I want to put this on the public record. because I'm really concerned about it. And I missed the meeting earlier because I had 3 different schools to go to for back to school night with my 5 kids. But I'm really glad that I went, because in my 2nd grade class, I learned that we have a district-wide AI program. And the teacher said that my 2nd graders are going to do AI in writing. What? I brought up concerns 2 years ago when an English teacher taught my honors 9th graders how to use ChatGPT. That was very concerning. And I know that in one of the work sessions shortly thereafter, Dr. Farnsworth wisely pointed out that we need to focus on literacy if we're going to use AI. But I'm shocked that we might be using AI district-wide, which I was told it's a district-wide program. And I'm especially shocked that it would be in 2nd grade, okay? So I asked the teacher for some more details. She said she was just introduced to the program last Tuesday. And so I'm also concerned that a teacher might be implementing a program where she said, I myself am not all that tech savvy, but we're gonna be using it. So you can imagine my concern. I would love to get, I did get some information who I need to talk to, the innovative learning coach, but still 2nd grade, you guys. Okay, so that's one concern. I just want that to be on the public record. Secondly, another concern that I have, on my school's calendar, there are meetings for the ruler program at Alpine Elementary and virtual. And as I've looked into the ruler program, this is a program that is deeply entrenched in DEI. You did an RFP for it in 2022, which was before the legislation that said that we should no longer be using DEI. And so as I've looked into this, the rulerapproach.org is the website you can go and look at. There is a commitment to DEI that is very well documented. It says, below are the specific ways DEI is addressed within Ruler. DEI in personal and professional learning. Teachers have sent me screenshots of the program. DEI in classroom content, DEI and family engagement. You guys, this program was supposed to be done in July. The legislation happened during the last legislative session. I have deep concerns. I know you changed the title of our DEI director, but you can't just change a title and not address the implementation of a program that started in 2022. So I punt that to you. I look forward to understanding more.
Thank you, Nikki. Chrissy Esperson and then Jen Southwick.
Hi, my name is Christy Esperson. I'm from Saratoga Springs. And I'm here to advocate for our high school now. You've talked about how we've had to delay things for several different reasons, which I have been out here. My kids have gone through all of their schooling in Alpine District. And so I've seen how that has had to get pushed back. And as someone else has said, we have been team players out in Saratoga Springs. People have mentioned that they went to school in trailers and in satellites. We have those. The trailers at one of the schools that my kids went to, they couldn't put any more trailers at the school. My kids didn't have their playground. They had no blacktop to play on because they had trailers there to house students, and they wouldn't let them put any more there. So we are doing what we can with what we have, but it's time to give us our high school now, and you just voted to have the money to do so, and I would like to know when it's going to happen. We need a date, we need a timeline. It needs to happen right away. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Jen Southwick.
Hi, my name is Jen Southwick. I live in Saratoga Springs as well. I feel like I could say ditto and go sit down. Both the teacher and Christy echoed exactly what I want to say. I just would encourage you to please take this money that we now will be getting with the taxes and help the kids out in Saratoga. I know there's capital needs all over the district, but I think it's fair that if we're meeting needs in Orem or broken roofs, that we're also meeting those needs out in Saratoga. And I think I have kids that have graduated from Westlake, and I have one that hasn't even started in the school system yet, and so I'm in this for the long haul. and there's a need, and I see it. I've taught with the district as well, and I felt it in the elementary schools out there, and I just don't want it to keep getting pushed. So I also would ask that we set a timeline and get some dates and give the people out there a little bit of hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Okay, that concludes our public comments. Alrighty, just checking here. Alrighty, next, approval of the minutes. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
I move that we approve the minutes.
Second the motion.
Okay, it's been it's been motioned by Sarah, moved by Sarah, and seconded by Mark that we approve the minutes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, the minutes are approved. Dr. Farnsworth, claims.
Yes, you have received your claims for the month, and I recommend you accept the claims.
Do I have a motion to accept the claims?
So moved.
The claims.
Okay, it's been moved by Stacy,
Second.
seconded by Ada. Is there any comment? Seeing none, let's vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, the claims are approved. Dr. Farnsworth.
Thank you. You have received the routine business as well for this month, and I recommend that you accept the routine business.
Okay, do we have a motion to accept the routine business?
I move to accept the routine business.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second the motion.
Okay, it's been moved by Joy Lynn and seconded by Mark. Is there any discussion?
Can I just make one comment?
Yes.
I think Rhonda noted that we have new forms for our LEA-specific licenses. I think there's some room for improvement still, and so I'm going to refer my suggestions to you, Rhonda. That who should I refer those to?
Cami.
Cami? Okay, thank you.
Any other comments?
I have one. While it's not a large amount of money, I am always appreciative when trip requests include fundraising. I know the football players in my neighborhood have been out, and I just appreciate having an option for parents. The amount, I think, is still crazy high, but just appreciate the coaches and the teachers that make that effort.
Okay.
you.
Other comments? I was delighted to see 2 more education innovation grant applications. That's a wonderful opportunity for schools, and we have 2 more that applied, so I'm excited to see that happen. We need to take a vote, yes? Okay. All in favor of approving routine business, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, it stands approved. Dr. Farnsworth.
Yes, the first action item is the board approval of our early learning plan, and we will invite Boyce Campbell and Carrie Milner to come forward. Appreciate them scheduling this on the Truth and Taxation evening. I know that we cannot approve this until the state approves it, and we have to approve it by the end of August, so that leaves your window the August board meeting. So thank you for waiting and being here, and appreciate your work on the early learning plan. And board members, after hearing the plan, I recommend that we approve the early learning plan for the 24-25 school year.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll go through this. Here's our early learning leadership team. We're going to just go through our goals for last year and whether we met them or not, and then we'll look at this coming year. So the literacy goals, the first goal is a state growth goal that is set by the state for us, and the goal was 60% of students will make typical or better growth in grades 1 through 3. And that goal was met with 64% of the students making typical or better growth. So our second goal, we're asked to make local goals, and they're formulated by a formula that the state gives us. Our second goal was a first grade literacy goal, and that was to increase the first grade students who scored proficient on Acadiance reading by 4% from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, and that goal was also met. So our teachers are doing a really good job, and our students, and we appreciate it. The third goal was also a local proficiency goal, and it was to increase kindergarten students who scored proficient on the Acadiance reading by 9%. That was met with an increase of 14%. So that was exciting. I did want to just share this slide with you As far as what it looks like for full-day kindergarten, they increased by 22% versus everybody at 14, and half-day students increased by 8, just to share that with you. So, okay, our goals for this coming year, a few things have changed at the legislature. So there is not a growth goal that's set by the state for literacy, but there is a local goal that we set. And there again, we go by a formula that's put to us from the state. This is a kindergarten, students making typical or better growth on Acadience reading. They take the average of the last 3 years, find the average, and add 3 to 5 for rigor. So our goal is 65%. I don't think we're gonna have a hard time passing that at all, so. And then also in our early learning plan is what curriculum are we using for Tier 1 instruction. Our core program will be Wonders 2023 for our early adopters, and 2014 Wonders for our other teams right now. Next year rolling out to the whole district. And that is our Tier 1 core comprehensive program that we'll be using for literacy. Assessment, we have a screener, it's Acadience Reading. From there, it tells us what students are at risk. We take those students and we give them a diagnostic test. And so the kids that are scoring below or well below, we want to dive down and see what they're missing. A diagnostic is administered to these students, and then we identify what foundational skills they're missing, and we help with interventions with those students. So for interventions, we are currently using 95 intervention. So the students that need more help with those foundational skills, they're put in intervention groups, so it's a Tier 2 intervention block, 30 minutes a day. It's separate from Tier 1. The students are not pulled out of Tier 1 instruction, and they are given these lessons by some schools have reading interventionists, and some it's paraprofessionals, but that's what we're doing for intervention. So I'll turn the time over to math.
All right, with our math goals, just want to remind you, Acadience Math was introduced just 3 years ago. And in our first 2 years, we're immediately following COVID, and we were still learning about it. And then we learned and we started implementing things with our teachers this past year. And our teachers have worked so hard, and I'm so excited to share these with you. So we also, our state growth goal, same thing. We had our goal was to have 60% of the students in grades 1 through 3 achieve typical or better. And we met that with 62% growth in grades 1 through 3. You can see the history of the last 2 years, and it's a pretty significant jump to this year. Our teachers have been working hard. Our local proficiency goal was actually 2nd grade. It says 1st grade at the top, but it's 2nd grade. It says 2nd grade inside. It was to at least maintain the percentage of 2nd grade students who scored proficient on Acadience Math from the beginning of year to end of year. The reason that goal was to maintain is because if you look at the last 2 years, our students were falling by 6 or 7% in the last 2 years. So we wanted to make sure that we didn't lose any students at least. But this year, we way exceeded that goal with a 3% increase, and we're really excited about that. Our 2nd grade teachers did amazing work this year. So our math goals going forward, we want to focus on, we're gonna focus first, our local math goal will be to increase the percentage of 1st grade students who are scoring at or above benchmark from beginning of year to end of year. We're doing okay. We feel like we can concentrate there and really make some good things happen in 1st grade. We want to increase that by 3% from beginning of year to end of year. And we'll maintain the local growth goal of at least 60% growth in grades 1 through 3. The curriculum we use is iReady Classroom 2024. And then our assessment, we have our Acadience Math Screener. We have the iReady Diagnostic, which is a comprehensive diagnostic given 3 times a year that guides teachers, but also guides students in their individual learning plans. And we also have district benchmarks that are aligned to the standards that are created by our district assessment department, and also our RISE benchmarks. And then interventions, we have a time set aside for interventions. There's intervention tools in iReady, and also best practices in number sense, such as counting collections and number talks that we've trained our teachers on. So there's our goals in a nutshell. Any questions?
I have a question. On interventions for literacy, are we using 95% for both the Wonders 2023 cohort and the Wonders 2014 cohort?
So 95 intervention is different than 95 core. So 95 intervention is used for the intervention block. 95% core is currently used by some of our schools still doing Wonders 2014. That's their decision. Moving forward, we will use Wonders phonics. So for our phonics block, will just be from our Wonders program.
I just had a question. We are moving towards having schools set their own goals for the school. And as I look through these, how does their school goal interact with the district goal? Are we still asking them to, anyway, how does that work?
Yeah, so we set goals because we're asked to by the state, but we also have local goals too, because we want to see improvement across Alpine School District. And a lot of our schools, they set their own goals, but that contributes to our goals and then also to the state goals. So,
are they aware of these, like a
Yes.
second grade teacher? So he
Yes.
may have a school goal that's, doing beginning of year to end of year by 3%. The district goal is 6%. Is that confusing to that teacher, or what does he do with those two goals?
Yeah. So I think like the way that the formula that the state gives us to figure out these goals wouldn't work on a school level, because we're talking about all of our schools, you know what I mean? So if I'm at a school and I'm starting at 49% at the beginning of the year, 3% is not enough for me, right? I want to get the kids proficient by the end of the year. My goal is to get as many kids as I can proficient by the end of the year. So they have to look at their own circumstance, and they want to improve, and that improvement is going to help us in our goals. As you can see, we met every single goal this year. We're seeing this upward swing from kind of a fall during COVID. We're seeing this upward tick, and we're getting back to where we were before. So it's exciting. But they have to look at their own individual circumstance. But of course, they're looking at improvement, which is going to help with all of Alpine School District improvement.
And Board Member Clement, I assume that we would work with the school supervisors and others if their standard was lower than what we had the state expectation to be. We would work with them and say, you know what, here's a minimum expectation. Your goal needs to be above that minimum expectation. There may be an occasion where, because of some challenges or specific demographics where they're lower, but we would set an improvement goal for them to get to that minimum standard.
Well, I just appreciate that, because what we expect is that there's an overall goal, and then there's a targeted goal for a specific learning gap that they see in their particular school. So I think together those two goals support what's happening, and
Correct.
we see that a lot of work has been gone into
Yeah.
this. So thank you for your training of our teachers and for all their good efforts, because it's obviously paying off.
Yeah, they're doing great.
Okay, I need a motion to approve to accept the early learning plan. Do I have a motion?
I move that we accept the early learning plan as presented.
And a second?
I second the motion.
Okay. Are there any comments or questions?
I will just say, from the beginning of when you start the process of curriculum, and then you've got to roll out, and then we're teaching people to get on board, right, and giving them the skills that they need. I sat here thinking, I swear we started this like 8 years ago, but it really hasn't been that long. And I just want to say thank you, because I think it's a process that is so long that sometimes it's just long, right? And so I appreciate that you both love what you do and that you are so good at what you do. In your words, you use the word diagnostic. And I thought, this is what I want every patron to understand, right? That our teachers, it's like a doctor for learning, right? They are assessing where that child is and where those gaps are and what they're gonna do to get those gaps. And it's really kind of a miraculous process to me. And so just thank you for being in this. Thank you for being excited about being in this. I love when supervisors circle up and say, you know, have you seen this great progress? Have you seen what these schools have done? And so I think there are so many people that are supporting this, and I just very much appreciate your work and the intention you put into it.
Thank you.
I'd
We do
like to
love what
make
we do.
a comment about test scores. Many people are not aware that there are many countries in the world where the school year is January to December. So our schools get an influx of students very often in January. And then we test them in, what, March or April or May? And those scores are lumped with all of the scores. And so I think that we're doing a better job than it looks like, actually, because we're working with all students, no matter when they come and no matter where they're at, and including those students that hardly speak a word of English when they come to the country. So thank you. All right, are there any other comments? Let's take a vote. All in favor of accepting the early learning plan, or approving the early learning plan as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, it stands approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your presentation and your work. The next item is we would like to request that the board open the formal boundary study for the new middle school in Eagle Mountain. As mentioned by Board Member King, there is about 700 plus, almost 800 seventh grade students at Frontier Middle School. The middle school in Eagle Mountain, an additional middle school, is under construction, set to open next school year. And we need to begin the formal boundary study process. Frank Pulley, our Director of Physical Facilities, is here. We appreciate him filling in for Eric Woodhouse. He owes you 2 now.
That's 2.
To give an overview of what that boundary study would include, but we would recommend that we begin that process of articulating those boundaries, getting patron feedback, and going through the process so that we can have formal board approval on those boundaries. So we'll hear from Frank and just give a brief overview and then open it up for discussion and a motion with our recommendation that you begin that formal study process as outlined in state statute.
Thank you, Superintendent. It's always exciting to be able to open a new school, but as you know, it comes with adjusting boundaries. And we look at these schools and want them to be a pillar into the community, and they're wonderful facilities for our students to be and enjoy, and our staff and stuff to be there. Couple of notes there just for potentially impacted schools. Cedar Valley High School, we anticipate that the 9th grade would be coming out of Cedar Valley High School and back into our middle schools. Obviously, Frontier Middle School, potentially Vista Heights Middle School, listed some elementaries in Black Ridge and Brookhaven, Cedar Valley, Desert Sky Elementary, Eagle Valley Elementary, Hidden Hollow, Mountain Trails, Pony Express, elementary schools, all that need to potentially be into the new feeder system of a new middle school. Rich, if you wouldn't mind hitting that next slide. And those we kind of listed out here. We know that some of these schools may not be impacted, and it's hard to accurately detail out what schools will be impacted until we start the formal boundary study with a boundary committee to be able to know exactly 100% what schools will be impacted. But we think that these schools out in that area potentially will be impacted.
And Frank, we're taking a more conservative approach with our interpretation of the statute to say anyone that could possibly be affected, even though they may not be affected, we're going to notify so that we make sure we're in compliance with any interpretation of that statute. We will have met the statutory requirement.
Yes. And Rich, if you hit the next slide, talk a little bit about the statute. So,
Frank,
yes.
Sorry, can I interrupt you just really one quick? Just for clarification, if we have patrons watching, it looks like you have listed every school in Eagle Mountain with the exception of Silver Lake, and I'm assuming that's because that's in the Westlake cluster.
Correct.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify, potentially any elementary in Eagle Mountain and Cedar Fort, with the exception of Silver Lake, could be boundaried into this new middle school.
Correct.
Just wanted to make sure for parents excitedly watching that
Yep.
that was clarified.
I have a question on that. If we listed Vista as a potential school that this could impact, would we not also include?
Well, because Brookhaven goes part to Vista, part to Frontier, so I'm assuming because Brookhaven's in it, and you could take the entirety of Brookhaven, I'm assuming that's why Vista was in, correct me if I'm wrong,
Yes.
Frank.
Yes, that's why, because of the Brookhaven, the split
The
between
60-40.
Frontier to Vista. Any other questions? Just review quickly of state statute, required to give a 30-day notice, email and postal service with all the schools that potentially could be impacted, which is why we listed as many schools that we did, just to make sure that we're covered there. There at least needs to be one public comment during a regular board meeting, and at least one public hearing, and provide at least 30 days notice for that public hearing. Here's our anticipated timeline there. Obviously today, to begin the formal boundary study with August 14th through August 7th or October 7th boundary committee meetings. They meet to study the feasibility of the boundaries, to make adjustments and recommendations for consideration. October 8th, provide a recommended boundary options for community input. October 10th and 15th, potential public open house to seek public feedback to the options that the boundary committee puts together. October 22nd, to look at Alpine School District board meeting for a public comment. And November 12th, the public hearing. And December 10th to be potential board decision on a new boundary for the middle school. We look forward to working with Principal Jolly in doing this, as well as other members of the boundary committee. I know Board Member King be part of that boundary committee to help look at this, as well as other principals, to initially start the study and then seek community input and feedback for potential options there.
Frank, would you make sure that we get this presentation to Rhonda, and then she can send it out to board members so they have a physical copy of it?
Yes. Yep. Will do. If all goes well, here's kind of anticipated project timeline for boundary study. We recommend that the board would take action tonight so we can start that process. Just be able to meet the needs for all the notice and timelines that are put forth by state statute. So research and enrollment and map data is step 1, and step 2 is a boundary proposal development. Step 3 is a public feedback, and then step 4 is action.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion to open the formal boundary study for the new middle school in Eagle Mountain.
I move that we open the formal boundary study for the new middle school at Eagle Mountain.
And do I have a second?
I'll second.
And is there board question or comment?
So, Frank, this is not a criticism, it's just an observation. Because of the timeline that's in code, we're gonna have to develop the boundary proposal before we have October 1 counts. That we usually base like our new, and then we do our enrollment projections in November based on that and kind of realign that. So one of the challenges, once again, not a criticism, it's just the reality of what the legislation is. One of the complications is we will not have the most updated data or our new enrollment projections when we're determining boundaries, which another piece of data that would be, I guess it could be slightly challenging considering when we see the growth in the West, that we're most likely to see changes in those enrollment projections in that time frame. So it'll just be another challenge that we're working with based on the time requirements.
Yeah, I think, given that we have August 14th through October 7th, hopefully if that October 1st, that warm body count, hopefully that gives us, I know it's only a few days, but hopefully we'll have a pretty good idea where we're at student population wise. Yeah, I wish a little different timeline from the state statute would be great, but we'll work with it.
Perhaps, Jason, you and your team can put in an adjustment factor given where we've been and where you anticipate we'll go, so.
Is there any other comment or question? Seeing none, let's vote. All in favor of approving the opening of the formal boundary study for the new middle school in Eagle Mountain, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, make it happen, Frank.
Thank you. Next item is policy 1621, parent and family engagement, and we will invite our legal counsel, Craig Brinkerhoff, to come forward. The policy committee has been working on that policy, and we recommend your approval of the update of policy 1621.
I don't have a lot of intro to this particular policy. What happened is we tried to expand it a little bit to go beyond just Title I. We wanted to include parents that might have language issues besides just being low income, and all parents. So you'll see that the title change, parent and family engagement, parentheses, including Title I. So it's been expanded just a little bit. We worked closely with Annalise on this, as well as Erin Hale, who helps direct these programs. And so we are excited to present this new version. It closely mirrors a lot of the federal regulations that are required, and we would recommend it for your approval.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve policy 1621?
I move that we approve policy 1621.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Sarah, seconded by Stacy. Is there any comment?
I don't know how I missed this one in the board docs, but somehow I did, so I'm just gonna abstain from voting, just because, yeah, that. You're lucky, Craig.
Thank you, Julie.
And I just wanted to say, we included in the parentheses, including Title I, so that if we're audited for a required Title I policy, that they will understand our thinking of starting really broad with the general parental involvement, and then narrowing down to include the Title I, making sure that we've met all those requirements, so it'll be easy in an audit for somebody to identify that we have met that requirement.
Somebody can scroll down so that you can see where the Title I information is.
Going. There you go.
Okay, there it is. Thank you. All right, is there any further discussion?
I think this is the Title I guidance that's been requested and needed for a long time, so I appreciate the policy committee's work on this. Thank you, and you, Craig, also.
Any other comment?
I just appreciate the work on it. I'm excited. That's probably odd to be excited by policy, but I'm in good company up here. But I'm excited to see what opportunities surface for parents and how we use our community members in different ways.
Okay, any other comment? Okay, seeing none, let's vote. All in favor of approving policy 1621, parent and family engagement, updated version, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. All right, the policy is approved.
Next item is policy 6161, and I have been informed since this agenda was created last week, the policy committee has requested that this policy approval be postponed as further information is gathered around sensitive materials. We're waiting for some curriculum experts to weigh in on that. So I'm suggesting that we recommend that we postpone the adoption of policy 6161 for a future board meeting.
Do we have to move on that one?
You do. That's just my recommendation,
All
so we
right.
would need a motion.
I move that we table policy 6161, selecting and adoption of instructional materials.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved by Traylyn and seconded by Sarah. Any other comments? All right, those of us on the policy committee looked at this pretty closely and felt like there was just a little more work that we needed to do with it. All in favor of postponing this till another month, next month, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. All right, thank you, we will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Next item is a budget adjustment. In policy, any budget adjustment over 50,000 needs to be brought to the board for approval. We have asked for and received permission to extend additional 10 FTEs to reduce class sizes in our elementary. I believe 7 of those have been approved. We're looking at the additional ones as well. This is the formal process to make those budget adjustments. Our recommendation, given that the board has gone through truth and taxation this evening, that 10 of those come out of the increment funding for the 24-25 school year. So that is our recommendation, and thank you for approving those additional FTEs that we could address class sizes and growth.
Do I have a motion to amend the budget to approve 10 additional FTEs?
I move that we make the budget adjustments for the 10 additional FTEs.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Julie and seconded by Ada. Any comment?
I just want to applaud the heroic efforts of our area supervisors. They are really our boots on the ground in addressing these hotspot issues, and they deal with a lot of concerned parents who see the huge class sizes and think their world is falling apart, and these supervisors are saving the day in a million ways. So we just appreciate their recommendation and the ability that we have with our increments to meet this need that is right now.
Yes, and thank you for the FTEs that allow the supervisors to do that work.
Okay, we've had a motion by Julie and a second by Ada to approve the budget adjustment for 10 additional FTEs. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Thank you, it passes. Dr. Farnsworth.
Yes, the next item is the 2025 board meeting schedule. If you want to pull that up, you can see that schedule. A few comments were made this evening that it's difficult in August to have a board meeting scheduled during back-to-school nights or the week when schools typically have that. So you'll see an adjustment. Typically, we meet on the second Tuesday of every month, but you'll see the August meeting for next year. Our recommendation is we move that to August 5th. That's the first week of August. It comes right on the tails of our administrative conference and our new employee training, which will squeeze us a little bit, but as we reviewed that with staff, we feel the need to, it's better to have our patron representation here during Truth and Taxation. So we're recommending that in August, and then in November, the second Tuesday is Veterans Day, and the fourth Tuesday is the week of Thanksgiving. So we're recommending a single board meeting in November. That is when we go over enrollment and one other item in November. And yeah, the CAFR. We believe we can still do both of those in that board meeting, so we're recommending a single board meeting in November of 2025 on the 18th. So those would be the adjustments that are atypical to a traditional board meeting schedule. And those are our recommendations.
Do I have a motion to approve this calendar for the 2025 board meeting schedule?
I move that we approve the following calendar for the 2025.
And a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Stacy and seconded by Mark. Is there any discussion?
I just wanted to thank staff for being responsive to the dates and making adjustments in this calendar.
I also appreciate pulsing us in the conversation around November, so I think that's going to be great for families. Appreciate that.
Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, let's take a vote. All in favor of approving the 2025 board meeting schedule, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. All right, it passes. We will proceed with that and hope that those adjustments will make things a little easier for the public. Now we have an opportunity for board member or superintendent reports or information items.
I just want to say thank you to our custodians. Our buildings look so clean and bright and shiny. Like, I was looking just kind of along the inside windowsills in different places, and I don't know that I've ever seen some of my schools look this clean and lovely. And I know they've just been working all summer, but and maybe some of you have felt this, but as we've gone to the back to school celebrations, like the tone just feels different. Like you walk in and things just feel right and they look great. And so just recognizing that that was a lot of work that probably won't get much recognition.
We'll make them aware of your white glove.
I just wanted to send a shout out and gratitude for print services. I know they've been working insane hours this summer. Happened to be at print services a couple of times and just seeing like the boxes going to the ceilings of schools, you know, like this is the 3rd grade at Brookhaven and they're writing journals, and just the sheer volume of work. It's a little bit overwhelming. I'm not really sure how they handle that. Like, it just feels like pressure every time I walk in that building. And then just the same level of gratitude for purchasing and warehouse. There is a massive amount of ordering of desks and chairs and crayons and just all the things that make a school function. And everything goes through purchasing and warehouse and then is taken to the appropriate school. And summer is some of the busiest times for some of these departments that we have, and a lot of those things go kind of unseen. They're very much behind the scenes. I just want to express my gratitude, particularly to those groups that work so incredibly hard over the summer so that our classrooms and our teachers are ready for first day of school.
A note about print services, I was talking to Jake last week, and one of their main machines broke down over and over again this summer, so they were feeling very behind, but they got permission to get a new printer. It is, I think, being installed this week or next week, so they're pretty happy about meeting the demand and delighted to be able to do that. Are there other board member reports?
I just wanted to apologize to our public again for having this meeting on a back-to-school night. That's a very big night for our schools because usually there's opportunities for parents to sign up for volunteer positions or opportunities. And I just want to say to our parents out there, we need you. You are an integral part of our public schools, and that you have so much to offer. No matter what your interests or talents are, we want to include you in our schools, and I hope that each one of our parents sees a place that they can contribute to their local school.
Can I do one more?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
So, you know, when we weren't running from school to school, if we had some time, I loved watching how each principal or admin team, if there were more, how they set up their PD days and how they were welcoming people. The leadership team at Lehigh Junior did a very cool getting to know you activity. And so I love the way that they made those days welcoming, inviting, and unique to their faculty. And I know they did a lot of summer planning, and probably nobody knows that these days even happen, but it was just very cool to see how they all personalized them. I think they did a great job.
Any other comments? One note for the public is the theme for our Alpine School District this year is excellence at work. And I have seen that in every single school I have visited. I've seen that commitment and that excitement. And Dr. Farnsworth has challenged all of us to be the best versions of ourselves that we can be and to figure out how to do that. So I've been thinking about that and thinking that's going to take some work. But that is a good goal. And so for the public, we want you to know that we are trying to be excellent, every single teacher in every single school, and not just being the best versions of ourselves that we can be, but also helping our students be the best versions of themselves that they can see. Okay, are there any other comments? All right, we have need for a closed session tonight for personnel, property litigation, or collective bargaining, and we will need to take a roll call vote on that. Do I have a motion to adjourn to a closed session?
I move that we adjourn to attend to a closed session to discuss personnel, property litigation, and collective bargaining.
And a second? Okay, it's been moved by Sarah and seconded by Mark. Roll call vote.
Board Member Wilson, aye.
Board Member Lincoln, aye.
Board Member Clement, aye.
Board Member King, aye.
Board Member Hacken, aye. Sorry.
Board Member Beeson, aye.
Board Member Bateman, aye.
Thank you. This meeting stands adjourned, and the board will move into closed session. Thank you for